Alright, welcome back to another AC3 stream with probably the last session of our Stove and all mission objectives playthrough. And yeah, today's all about finishing the rest of the side stuff we have available, which isn't too much at this point, and then fully focus on finishing the main story. Yeah, we're currently at 73% total sync, most of which will be main story at this point. And yeah, last time we finished with all of the naval. Also finished the pack leg missions, which means now we have a piece of Eden on us, which will help us from being shot at. And yeah, we can now have a check basically where we have still side missions available to us. I think the Frontier is definitely one of the regions because they still have hunting society missions, I'm quite sure. Can also send our assassins on more of the missions here to further work on getting control of these colonies here. Let's go and work on this area. The guns of Ticonderoga. Henry Knox is attempting to drag the guns of Ticonderoga over the Appalachian Mountains to help lift the siege of Boston. With a little assassin ingenuity, you'll be able to help him succeed in his lofty goals. We have New York, Poe and Harlem. After a string of defeats, the colonial armies demoralized and afraid, but they are capable of winning the next encounter, likely to occur at Harlem Heights. Postmen are cocky and have taken to goading the Patriots, making the rebels aware of a British mockery might be enough. And we have New Jersey. Galloping Hill Road. Washington has all but forgotten the War of New Jersey, with the opportunities that have arisen in the south. But the British are marching on Springfield and must not be allowed to gain a foothold in the north again. Defendant Green has lost many battles and needs counsel to win the action.
Ever come across King Edward the Elk? You'd know if you had. He's never found a mate on account of his aggression. Most hunters leave him be, for fear of his charge. Grumpy old bastard's afraid of nothing. Word has it he doesn't like horses too much, but I'm not willing to risk my head on rumors.
Okay, sorry, was muted for a sec there. But hey there, Absolution, welcome in. And how's it going? Yeah, it's going good. Looking forward to finish off AC3 today, most likely. Only have another 3 sequences to go, and it's mainly main story at this point.
So, what can I do for you, Mynheer?
Gonna buy this just to showcase this outfit too, because we haven't really used it yet. It's more like an Italian color combination here with white and red and blue. At least what we are used to from the Etsy games. I gotcha, Absolution. That's definitely fair. Sounds like quite the early start into the day. But I hope you got some good rest for.
Where is Charles Lee?
That's a good question. Hopefully we can answer that today. Also, hey there, Harbinger, welcome in.
They will lead me to Lee.
Yeah, I'm sure these elks will lead me to Lee.
Where are you, Charles? Where is Charles Lee gone? Give me Lee!
You always wake up at 4 AM, Absolution? Damn. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're used to that, then that would be way different. Oh, there definitely will be Harbinger. Yeah, it's only something I do once I actually play AC3. But I enable all variations of that. However, I did think about working out how to kind of like play a random soundbit on a redeem. So I could essentially like gather all the variations within the same command. And then random variation will be played upon redeeming, I guess. So that could be a way, I guess, to keep those other variations as well. Ah, interesting. I think that's all the Hunting Society missions done. Nice. Okay, let's have a look at Boston here to see if there's anything I can do. I know I can still finish the Boston Brawler missions, actually. Yeah, that's the last one actually, over here. Yeah, that's definitely fair that it may seem that way, Absolution. Getting kind of like an early start into the day. But I guess overall it depends on how long you're awake for. The tournament, PTSD from Unity.
Can't win a fight if you can't take a hit! Chin up! A mighty blow! Well struck! Can't win a fight if you can't take a hit!
That's unfair.
Chin up! Yeah! Pound down! Oh! You can't beat him! Winner!
19 hours absolution. Yeah, that's definitely a long time to be awake for.
Fight!
Yeah, for me it's usually between 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Sometimes less, I guess, but it's involuntary.
You've got him on the back foot! Well struck!
Wow. The crowd is attacking me as well.
Well struck!
Got his goons inside the crowd.
Looks like the
Stand
crowd's turned
tough!
on ya.
You've got him on the back foot! That was nothing! Boom! Oh, winner! Looks like we got a real contender. Fight! That was nothing!
How are you feeling?
Chin up! Yeah!
Oh, so they just poisoned me.
That was nothing! Well struck!
How are you feeling?
Chin up! Stand tough! Well struck!
Shame you won't be standing long enough to finish the fight.
Ha! Well struck! Dance with the best, fall like the rest.
Yeah, for me it's similar, I guess, at least early in the morning. But once I wake up, I can only basically half sleep. But getting back into deep sleep is pretty much impossible.
Fight!
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
A
The AC1 lady.
Chin up! Shake it off!
You definitely can. He also loves throwing rocks.
Can't win a fight if you can't take a hit! Well struck! Yeah! Pound down! You've got him on the back foot! Oh! Well struck! Stand tough! You've got him on the back foot! Boom! Dance with the best, fall like the rest. We have a new champion!
Nice. Right, and that finishes the Boston Brawler missions. As with a lady and you get the claws. No kidding. And all the smoke bombs. Okay. Let's take care of the next mission here. Dig in. The British are laying siege to Boston. Civilians are in danger all over the city. and food will be in short supply before long. Help ration what there is and protect those who can't protect themselves. Rufus Putnam. Israel's Putnam's half-brother Rufus Putnam has been selected for a very dangerous reconnaissance mission into Harlem Heights. Follow him, but keep to the trees and keep him safe without his knowledge. Yeah, I know very few people who did actually enjoy the underground puzzles a lot. I don't mind them too much, I guess, but I don't wanna complete them every playthrough. So this time I completely skipped on them. But yeah, definitely is more of a, I don't know, very time intensive, not feeling super worth it activity. Okay, so and in New York we don't have any major side mission either. So I guess we're not fully caught up with the main story, essentially. Yeah, Hunting Society is done. Frontiersman is done. Boston Brawler is done. I'm not gonna do any of the tasks, I guess, or the thief guild. We did all of the liberation missions here. I'm still gonna try to make our other assassins master assassins, I guess, but it's not a requirement for the playthrough. We didn't do any of the collectibles forcing us except for the Pegleg trinkets. We did all of the kit letters. Didn't do all of the forts, but there was no requirement either. Didn't do the underground. I'm apparently missing some assassination contracts, but I'm assuming they become available after sequence 10 or something. Not gonna be doing all the career missions, not gonna be doing the delivery requests. We did all of the major naval missions, all of the Pegleg naval missions, all of the privateer contracts. And yeah, we're missing a couple Homestead missions, but they also still have to become available for the main story. So essentially, except for the assassination contracts, everything is done. Side stuff wise. So from here on out, it's gonna be pretty much main story only. Which means we definitely finish the game today, and probably in a timely manner too. Depending, of course, how we do with a stealth challenge. So all of the naval is done as well. Underground isn't enjoyable, but it isn't bad either. It would have been a lot worse if you didn't have the map option. Yeah. It definitely would be very difficult to 100% it if you didn't have a map or anything.
Mein Herr would like...
Just gonna make sure that all the consumables are refilled here. Let's also have a look if I can craft anything that might be useful to us. Okay, all of this is crafted here. Oh, we can get the capacity upgrade for the naval convoy. Let's see if I can get some copper ore. Oh yeah. So we can get the small saddlebags here. And yeah, that's everything I wanna be crafting for now. Yeah, that's true, I guess, Harbinger. It isn't the most accessible kind of like system. Alternate methods.
We need to know what the Loyalists are planning, if we're to put an end to this.
I've tried, but the soldiers themselves are told nothing now, only to await orders from above.
Keep digging. Come find me when you have something worth sharing. We're so close to victory. A few more well-placed attacks and we'll be able to put an end to the Civil War and be rid of the crown.
What do you intend?
Well, nothing at the moment, since we're completely in the dark.
I thought the Templars had eyes and ears everywhere.
Oh, we did. Until you started cutting them off.
Your contact said orders from above. It tells us exactly what we need to do. Track down the Loyalist commanders.
What up? One thing I didn't actually do before starting this game. Gotta make sure to switch back between borderless and full screen, because sometimes it will like auto switch to borderless again, which can reduce gaming performance. Oh yeah, Harbinger? Which one are you talking about?
Have you considered the proposal?
I'm unconvinced. To reinforce them would leave New York exposed. It's hard enough maintaining order with our current numbers. Cut in half?
Yet if we do not join with them, they risk defeat. And then what?
Well, they should have come by sea.
Oh, they're talking in circles. We're nothing watching as we are.
Then what do you propose we do? March in there and demand answers?
Well, yes.
Ambush!
Connor? Little help here?
Leave the commanders alive, Connor. We interrogate them.
bring them back to my quarters at Fort George and see what secrets they might share. Really? Well, you'd best get after him then.
You go. I will watch the prisoners.
No, you do it.
Why me?
Because I said so. Now go.
Help! I need help! Come no closer! Stop him! To arms, men! To arms! Save me! Keep him away from me!
Move.
Go to hell!
I said move.
Wait. I'll tell you anything you want. Anything, only don't make
We just
me go
have
in
some
there.
questions for you.
Cross that threshold and I'm a dead man.
There you are, Connor. I was worried you might have gotten lost. Come along, then.
Yeah, that's true, I guess, Harbinger. I remember the first time I tried to do this technique from above, it took me probably 10 tries or something to get it. It's super frustrating. Connor, the Evo guy, who's pushing others now. That's what Haven made out of him. It's kind of funny if you don't hit him. The Connor's gonna do this kind of like fail push, which looks really goofy.
What are the British planning?
To march from Philadelphia. That city's finished. New York's the key. They'll double our numbers, push back the rebels.
When do they begin?
2 days from now.
June 18th. I must warn Washington.
You see? That wasn't so very difficult now, was it?
I've told you everything. Now let me go.
Of course. The other two said the same. It must be true.
You killed him. You killed all of them. Why?
They'd have warned the Loyalists.
You could have held him until the fight was done.
What? And waste precious time and money on their care? What would be the point? They'd given up everything they knew. I'll meet you at Valley Forge.
Yeah, and that's what Haven has become, you know. All this talk about, like, only killing when necessary in the beginning of the game is just completely gone, you know. He gets only for efficiency now. He doesn't care if they've done anything that would deserve any kind of like harsher judgment. It's just more convenient that way, you know. Okay, let's work on the next New York mission here. Weakness at Ticonderoga. There's a hill overlooking Fort Ticonderoga that poses a significant threat of bombardment should the regulars haul any guns to its summit. Take Benedict Arnold and any other officers who care to listen, and show them the weakness. And we have Pennsylvania. Impending disaster at Paoli. Another Wayne's men are in dire straits in the area of Paoli Tavern. Major General Charles Gray of Irregulars has stated that he will give no quarter and take no prisoners should they win. All scouting reports indicate a British victory is a certainty. Try and save as many soldiers as you can. Actually, let's only send Deborah out here. And Clipper can work on this one. Dunmore's Guardian Angel. The Templars have dispatched an agent to kill the governor of Virginia, Lord Dunmore. Intercept the man and end him before the man can complete his mission. Interesting. You can't get rid of your notoriety at a printing press if it's only as low as 1. Which only leaves like bounty posters or something. Which aren't getting displayed on the map actually. Fair enough.
Come to buy or sell? Okay, let's work on the last mission over here. Lift the siege. Henry Knox managed to bring the guns of Ticonderoga to Dorchester Heights with the help of the assassins. With a formidable battery in place on high ground, it's only a matter of time before General Ho realizes his position is untenable. Help expedite the process. And we have Pennsylvania. Impending disaster at Paoli. Oh, never mind, this actually failed, it seems. Yeah, Deborah didn't make it. Broken trust.
We should be sharing what we know with Lee, not Washington.
You seem to think I favor him, but my enemy is a notion, not a nation. It is wrong to compel obedience, whether to the British crown or the Templar cross. And I hope in time the Loyalists will see this too, for they are also victims.
You oppose tyranny, injustice. These are just symptoms. Their true cause is human weakness. Why do you think I keep on trying to show you the error of your way?
You have said much, yes, but you have shown me nothing.
Then we'll have to remedy that then, won't we?
Sir.
Hello, Connor. What brings you here?
The British have recalled their men in Philadelphia. They march for New York.
Very well. I'll move our forces to Monmouth. If we can rout them, we'll have finally turned the tide.
And what's this?
Private
Oh,
correspondence.
of course it is. Would you like to know what it says, Connor? It seems your good friend here has just ordered an attack on your village. Although attack might be putting it mildly. Well, tell him, Commander.
We've been receiving reports of Allied natives working with the British. I've asked my men to put a stop to it.
By burning their villages and salting the land, by calling for their extermination, according to this letter. Not the first time either. Tell them what you did 14 years ago.
That was another time. The 7 Years' War.
And so now you see what happens to this great man when under duress. He makes excuses, displaces blame, does a great many things, in fact, except take responsibility!
Enough! Who did what and why must wait. My people come first.
Then let's be off.
No. You and I are finished.
Son.
Do you think me so soft that by calling me son, I might change my mind? How long did you sit on this information, or am I to believe you discovered it now? My mother's blood may stain another's hands, but Charles Lee is no less a monster, and all he does by your command. A warning to you both. Choose to follow me or oppose me, and I will kill you.
Yeah, I can 100% understand his reaction there, you know. Like, yes, George Washington did in fact, order the burning of several villages, including the one of Connor. But again, he does it because they have been allying with the English. And who manipulated, for example, the Kanatahséhton tribe that Connor grew up in to, ally with the British against the Patriots. Charles Lee did all of that. And he did it under the orders of Haven, Like, for all under the orders of Haven. Like, even Johnson, who essentially killed several natives because they wouldn't give up the land, The next bonus objective is hard because of the stupid terrain. Yeah, it can be a bit tricky, for sure. The horse mechanics weren't quite as refined yet at this point. So, yeah. We have an update here for Achilles, Connor's mom. Well, that makes slightly more sense. It seems the Templars weren't behind the burning of Connor's village. You can thank George Washington for that. I'm guessing that part of Washington's military career didn't make it into your history books. But then, so many things didn't. So this is essentially saying that it was indeed Washington, it wasn't Charles Lee. It doesn't align historically with what's transmitted about Washington's time burning the village, but he was apparently after that. And I guess maybe it would make sense in some way, because Achilles was also one to kind of like beat him, right, in battle. We saw it when Haven was actually trying to kill Edward Braddock. That does make historical sense, but the universe and the writers are kind of like saying that's how it happened. We also have an update here for Washington. Washington's lack of skill didn't go unmarked either. Charles lost faith in him completely, never going quite so far as to disobey Washington's orders, but not following them promptly either. And in 77 to 78, Washington had to defend himself against the Conway cabal, which threatened to replace him with General Horatio Gates. However, Washington's strength lay in politics, and leading the army was much more about politics as it was about winning battles. Washington had to negotiate between the varying interests of the army, the individual colonies, and Congress, and not just for instructions on how to wage the war, but also for basic supplies for the troops. By all accounts, he must have been extremely patient. Trying to get the politicians to give you anything is like trying to get a dog to give up a bone. Actually, my money would be on the dogs, who will occasionally listen to reason. Whatever the criticisms of Washington's military strengths, the bottom line is that he won, eventually. When the revolution ended, he was the unanimous choice for president, a credit to the fact that he managed to both win the war and not alienate anyone in the Congress. Of course, if you're looking for something to criticize Washington for, you don't have to look far. He ordered the total ruin of indigenous settlements during the Sullivan expedition, not to mention he was a plantation owner, which meant he owned more than 200 slaves. And while yes, his vow to provide for them being freed after both he and his wife were dead and wouldn't need them anymore, I don't really consider that particularly altruistic. Oh, am I ending on a low note? Sorry, I'm here to teach you history, not soothe your sense of national pride. Yeah. The Sullivan Expedition. The Sullivan Expedition was Washington's response to several raids by British and Iroquois groups along the northern frontier. Forces under Joseph Brant and John Butler had attacked forts and settlements in the Wyoming and Cherry Valleys, killing and scalping women and children as well as militia. Washington's orders were very clear. In order to root out the problem, Sullivan was to attack and burn as many Iroquois settlements as he could find, and take as many prisoners as he could. Sullivan complied, burning 40 Iroquois villages and destroying an estimated 160,000 bushels of corn. His troops also answered previous atrocities with their own, scalping bodies and burning people alive in cabins. Sullivan didn't limit his troops to active enemies either. He also attacked the Onondaga, who had stayed neutral during the war. This attack had the unsurprising effect of making the Onondaga into enemies of the Patriots. In the end, the Sullivan expedition failed to stop raids in the area. Both continued throughout the revolution, as each side sought to get revenge for the violence of the other. The repeated attacks on both sides eventually laid waste to the entire Kaneohe territory, also known as the Mohawk Valley, and the land around it. Possibly because of the Sullivan expedition, George Washington became known among the Iroquois as the Town Destroyer, although the origin of the nickname is historically contested. He might have already earned it destroying towns during the French and Indian War. A versatile mark of a great statesman, it's hard to tell when he got a reputation for scorched earth policies, because he did it so much. And here's another part of what you were talking about yesterday. Washington burned his village, yet Connor plays boats with him. Yeah, there's definitely a big dissonance about when you do certain activities sometimes, I guess, and when they are being unlocked and how that makes sense to what has happened, you know. Because yeah, it wouldn't make sense whatsoever at this point to even wanna talk to Washington, you know, after finding out it was him.
I should make sure the village is safe.
But that happens at the end of the game when you meet him in New York after killing Lee, so he does know who burned the village. Yeah. It's really weird, you know, why it doesn't happen much earlier, because major sequences where you help him are more like sequence 7 and 8, I guess. So unlocking it there would have made more sense for sure. They can see the Patriot army under the command of Washington preparing to burn the village. Again. So I gotta make sure we don't go off our horse here too early. Of course, we gotta reach the village first. Because at this point you can still fail the objective of going off your horse.
Radun hagedun. Za shewe nekti ohnujera. Wakanu dunyu hue dogati ga oya rungwe ayezenesege.
Unka giga oya rungwe.
De ohne gujes Charles Lee. Luana tukwa yasagoya donhawe kano dogu dano dohkara ni hadi.
Nahoda? Ka numwe nye honenu.
Wakte sagodi dashtana tini hadi ayunki hunta.
Ja, jättet karihuajeri.
On a dera di desatni hare. Ya kontat desadu huntoni negiga ne ayaguaderio.
Onneksi jos jagane, te domzohum da kedaste.
Okay, we gotta stop the Kanatahséhton with non-lethal methods here. Because we just wanna stop the conflict. And not kill anybody.
Skana kana dogo.
Radun hagedum. The Kanatahséhton go.
Nahoda?
Gwegum ha crori ne Charles Lee. But triot de hona dohon zoni ayun kia wanto. Danu gan easy on say na what is it?
Atsoga tigarungwe.
Waharud zit zat ni gora denu. Zia sade ni onda do squat ni gora gani. Nixi ona gan rune de. Zin gwan ho garum de.
Te got nyo ska giga.
Gwanek di gwan nyo ska si what gwanya has in asquaya danu statsege. Da yun zat ni gora di hanto. Danu what does want ducks at de nezungwe da sum.
Zadarissa.
Ang gadorissa no na zaheyum. Yao Tena, Tatis a Donsum, Zikadohitstane, Redun Hagedum, Charles Lee, Monmouth, was at the Hajib. Asagonat Dumase, Zinahodum Patriot, Renadeno Uni, Jurhan Saga, Asagonasete, On Doctangi Camoterio, Ronudio Hotquenu, Ungenungue da Summa, Odiatanum Statunge.
Iwe reya nawando taingwaya tanu staduge. Ona wasadoresa yung jataro.
Rest in peace. Kanatahséhton. Another innocent soul taken by Charles Lee and his influence, you know. Making them believe that Connor was actually working against them, you know, even though it couldn't be further off the truth. That has nothing to do with George Washington or anything. It's literally just Charles Lee responsible for this. The disagreement came to a head when Kanatahséhton confronted Connor with the knowledge that his loyalist allies had planned on an attack on their village. In the ensuing fight, Connor was forced to kill his friend. So annoying when that happens. I believe we can now talk to the clan mother and tell her what happened.
Na hoda desa ni gun hare radun hagedu.
Kana dogu ramaheyo.
Na awa ne.
Ya tak kweni kwa oriwio agiru.
Tiun kwe hun sera denyu di tara kwan ti ene kono gwadi ya dahunada kwe. Jinua ya de waderio. Doga ona ya kahewe ya dayun gwadi hwayanda she tona ya de wayere.
Ya. Dewesek. I umjunhuza ne gaa.
Nexti doni gariwesh. Ohniyo di ayugwa garunya de.
Agwaya danosta de.
Kwadere ya taya dewa gani daya dewa deni dina hoda dawe. Doga era andewe de negon on ojunhunjake. Ya taya dewa tka o jini ugwari hoda. Daweriane dewa hawi jini jugwenu.
Ya ta Onek zi azawader harade. Kaknigariwe sego de wagaduhunzoni.
Teo da hunjo hunrona jage daya guatara. Onwak doga se jina hoda awadu nagayera.
Yeah. I think this is literally the last time that Connor sees his people again, you know. Because after that they're gonna be pretty much gone. And I mean already at this point, you know, like, is there anybody left except for the clan mother right now? I think everyone is gone. Already. Also, give me just a sec. Okay. So almost done taking over all of the colonies here. Let's work on New York. Standoff at Wellum-Sack. General John Stark and Lieutenant Colonel Friedrich Baum are currently in a standoff as rainstorms have hit Wellum-Sack, New York. Given the circumstances, the Patriots have a good chance of victory, weakening the British cause by dispatching Colonel Baum. Then we have Pennsylvania, Germantown. Commander Washington has opted to advance General Ho's troops at Germantown. He hopes to surprise them as he did at Trenton, but Ho and his Hessians will not make the same mistake again. There is no stopping the Commander-in-Chief now, so just make sure he remains out of harm's way. And we have Virginia. Matt Anthony's surprise. The Marquis de Lafayette advance force under Brigadier General Matt Anthony Wayne has been ambushed in James City County. While Lafayette attempts to outmaneuver the stronger British force, eliminate as many regular officers as possible to bolster Washington's success rate and weaken Lee's posturing to be named Commander-in-Chief. Abijah, and another inconsistency when Connor finds talks to Juno again, and he says, why would they leave this behind? Which means he knows this tribe has left, but later in the epilogue he looks surprised. Yeah, that's true, I guess, unless he was talking about the first civilization, where they left this behind or something. But I'm guessing he means the village people, as you say.
For as long as it takes. If the enemy is allowed to push through, we will lose what precious little ground we have gained. The sacrifices your brothers have made today must not have been in vain. Now go! Bring the fight to our enemy! Make them rue the day they marched upon us!
The Battle of Monmouth.
Connor, my friend. You have arrived just in time to bear witness to our glorious victory.
Where is Charles Lee?
That Batar. He shows up in the middle of our preparations and just takes charge. Screams at everyone to advance, and then rides away. I am left to pick up the pieces. Where did they come from? Send word that we are falling back! Everyone, to me! Now!
Where is Charles Lee? I will hold the area while you bring them to safety.
I grant you my finest soldiers to serve as your personal guard. There is nothing they will not do to ensure you are victorious. Bonne chance, mon ami.
They will lead me to Lee.
Bought us some time, sir!
We'll push these redcoats back yet? Bought us some time, sir!
Ava Antonio, welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
A perfect shot! We'll push these redcoats back yet? Bought us some time, sir! We'll push these redcoats back yet? That should slow them down. We are low on ammunition, sir, and the enemy advances.
Then we need to pull back, rejoin the others, and cover their escape.
We need to go now! Let us return to camp. We need to go now! Kenneth had lost the back shoot!
Get back to the others! I will take care of this!
The Battle of Monmouth wasn't particularly significant strategically, but was an important proving ground for Washington and the Continental Army. It was also a near disaster, but I'm getting ahead of myself, and that's naughty. Once the British learned that the French had joined the Revolutionary War, British troops were ordered to withdraw from Philadelphia and march to New York City. That's quite a march. I bet they couldn't wait for the invention of a motor car. The Continental Army was just finishing its winter at Valley Forge, and George Washington was anxious to try his newly trained troops. He decided to attack the British column in an attempt to delay it, or stop it entirely. Washington chose Charles Lee to lead the advance guard in the attack. At first Lee said no, saying that the British troops should be left alone. However, when Washington ignored his protest and offered the command to Marquis de Lafayette instead, Lee agreed to fight. These troops caught up to the British column at the Monmouth courthouse and attacked. The day was hot, more than 100 Fahrenheit, and soldiers on both sides dropped from heat exhaustion. Despite the weather, the Continental Army was doing well until Lee mysteriously ordered a retreat, a move that still confuses modern historians. People must have thought he was quite the pacifist for such a warrior. Or of course people didn't know what you and I know. It's nice if you're clever, isn't it? First time for you? Anyway, Lee's plan backfired. Washington arrived to find his troops retreating, but rallied them and attacked again. The two armies fought until nightfall, when the British sneaked away under the cover of darkness, leaving the Continental Army victorious, but the British Army well on its way to New York. Still, it was proof that Washington's troops were finally a match for the British. The battle secured Washington's reputation and destroyed Lee's. He was arrested, court-martialed, and kicked out of the army entirely.
Come on, men! We must fall back! The redcoats before they open fire!
Go! I can deal with this!
We need to go now! We must do something! We need to go now!
Do not worry about the redcoats. Go join the others.
Well done, my friend. You have saved many lives today.
Connor?
Charles Lee has betrayed you. He forced retreat in the midst of battle, hoping the loss would take the lives of your men and see you relieved of your command.
What?
I'm sure he will come and spin a tale saying that he was outnumbered or I was somehow to blame. All lies. I will say it one last time. That man is your enemy, and he will not stop until you are dead or dishonored.
Connor's tale rings true. Lee was acting most odd upon the battlefield.
I will investigate these allegations at once.
The time for that is long past.
This must be done properly, else we're no better than those we oppose. Never mind the political ramifications of such an act.
Should you choose to spare Lee's life, then I will take it myself. Enjoy your victory, Commander. It will be the last I deliver you.
Something's happened, Desmond. Abstergo has your dad.
Where?
Italy. Same place they were holding you.
What are you two waiting for? Let's go!
There's more.
Hello again, Mr. Miles. I hope this message finds you well, or as well as it can, all things considered. It appears we now each have something the other desires. I propose a trade. Bring me the apple, and I'll return your father to you no worse for the wear. Should you refuse, he will still be returned, albeit much worse for the wear. I assume you'd like to avoid an unpleasant outcome.
I always knew it would come to this. Just not so soon. I wonder if Abstergo even knows what's about to happen. And has this been a part of their plan all along? Maybe they want the world to end. To see it all burned away. Then they'd have their new world, ripe for the reshaping. We talked about looking for another power source, leaving him there. It's probably what he'd want, for us to finish the mission. But I can't. It's hard enough taking a life, but letting one be taken? Knowing there was something I could do about it? Not a chance. Might be I'm risking my life, risking all our lives to save an asshole. But what else am I supposed to do? That asshole is my dad.
They're probably holding your father on the upper level. Same place they kept you. There's an elevator bank down the hall. Try not to let them see you.
They know I'm here, Rebecca. There's no way they don't.
This was a bad idea.
I don't know why you would think that, Sean. Going into an Abstergo facility just like that.
Hand over your weapons and come with me, sir.
I can show myself in, but thanks for the offer.
I'd rather this not turn ugly, Mr. Miles.
Then let me through.
Subdue the subject, please.
Oh yeah, look at these moves though. Kinda cool that Desmond also has adapted to Connor's abilities, of course, especially in combat.
Fourth floor.
Well, I see you've learned absolutely nothing since you left us. Walking into an elevator in the middle of a hostile environment. Really?
Where's my father?
You'll see him soon enough. Now be a good boy and wait for security to fetch you.
You're gonna have to climb the rest of the way.
elevator shaft. Send someone in.
Need eyes on him. He can't be far. Where the hell is he?
That's okay. I do.
Kind of like how the second blade kind of appears out of nowhere for him on his left hand, because it's still Connor's animations, and Connor's kind of like wielding kind of like a knife blade. It's like his hidden blade, right? He can kind of like transform it into like a regular knife, and then combines it with a regular hidden blade on the right side. But Desmond doesn't have a double hidden blade, he only has one, and he doesn't have Connor's either.
Give me the apple. Let's not draw this out. You got nowhere to go, and I've got a gun. Speaking of which, it's the 21st century and you're still running around with only a tiny knife for protection? It's stupid. All right, Desmond. Game's over. Not now. Not now. Я еще ждет работа. Нет. Get out!
What the hell was that?
Get out! Get out! Get out!
Enough is enough, Mr. Miles. I invited you here in the spirit of cooperation, but you responded to my hospitality with only violence. I had hoped we might preserve you and further study your memories. But you're not worth the trouble.
Where's Vidic?
Fifth floor.
And that's the end of Daniel Cross.
Vidic's office is up ahead.
Kinda said I had to come to this, you know.
You killed him! Daniel was like a son to me. A sickly son, perhaps, but one full of promise. He accomplished so much, and so well, and now you've taken him from me, from us, like the apple. Like Lucy, we want to help the world, Desmond, to save it from itself. But you keep getting in the way. All our hard work ruined. You're a fanatic, all your kind. Maintaining the erroneous belief that we are evil. That the work we do is wrong. We enrich lives here. We save and transform them. But you just keep taking and take what isn't yours!
Kind of prove that you can use the gun from Daniel Cross after you kill him. But Templar's so naive, bring us the apple. He certainly won't try to use it against us. Yeah. Definitely are underestimating Desmond, I guess, and his abilities. I guess I might also think he isn't able to control the apple, you know, because very few people are actually able to do so. Love that music.
Don't kill me. I'll let you in.
It's wie I'm poor and sick and hungry lady.
Dad?
Not so fast, Mr. Miles. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm the one calling the shots. Now give me the apple.
You want it? Fine. Here it is.
Wait! No!
May you walk the land of the Duat.
You never should have come here. You put everything on the line. For what? So you could rescue your father?
Yeah.
gonna kill all the guards here, you know, because enough people have died already.
I'd get the power source hooked up before heading back into the Animus. But it's your call.
Yeah, that must be one of the best modern day missions we've had so far in the series, you know. And it's gonna continue to be one of the best for me. The Evacuation to Abstergo, then, you know, chasing Danik Cross and getting to kill Warren Vidic. All major moments, you know, like Danik Cross is a guy who killed the assassin mentor that was mentored before William Mars was. And yeah, the sad thing about him dying is essentially that he was taken up from the street by Abstergo and put into the Animus and programmed in such a way that it could trigger an assassination sense in the sense of, I have to kill this person now, and he has no control over that. Because I had a severe form of bleeding effect, similar to Clay, Subject 16, which meant he was kind of like losing his mind more and more, and couldn't really control himself. He's also the descendant of Nikolai from Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia. And so he kind of like switches back and forth between those memories and his own. Which is why he also became very, did a lot of like substance abuse and stuff until the assassins found him and recruited him, essentially, to try to help him. And he was doing better for a while, but it didn't change the fact that Abstergo had programmed him to kill the assassin mentor. So when he got close enough and, you know, good enough in his skills to be an assassin, he did kill the assassin mentor and then went back to Abstergo and became their assassin, essentially. That's why Warren Vidic thinks of him as his sixth son, you know, because he has made him so. So yeah, good thing that Vidic is no more, being the major antagonist in modern days since AC1, basically. Abstergo, can't wait for AC Origins again. Too bad you have to play for so many AC games again, even if it's just Ubisoft Montreal. Yeah, there's gonna be 2 more after this, I guess, before Origins, with Black Flag and Unity. But I will also, of course, be playing the Watch Dogs Montreal games, which will be Watch Dogs 1 after Black Flag, and then Watch Dogs 2 after Unity. So, 4 more games before we get to Origins. Hey there, Adam. Welcome in. And thank you for joining. How's it going? Okay, I'm gonna go and talk to everybody, and then we insert the power source after we've read some emails.
I regret not asking you to hack into the Abstergo servers while you were there. A couple of well-placed relays and we'd be swimming in information.
We have everything we need.
Yeah, except the key.
We're close.
How do you know?
I just do.
I've been poking around a bit. Did you know there are machines down here that make, well, mana?
Wizard mana or biblical mana?
What do you think? Biblical, of course. The Greeks called it ambrosia. The Indians, ambrit or soma. Most cultures around the world refer to a divine food, though I'd say its taste is anything but.
You ate something that came out of a 75,000-year-old machine.
And I live to tell the tale.
So? What did it taste like?
Cardboard. Tasted of cardboard. Hardly the stuff of legends, though. I wonder if the first civilization didn't taste differently than we do.
Maybe the flavorizer broke.
Flavorizer? You've certainly got away with words, Rebecca.
The flavorizer broke?
Things are getting worse outside.
What do you mean?
Every day for the past 2 weeks, the sun has been throwing off larger and larger flares. Older satellites are starting to malfunction. I hear rumblings of recalling the crew on the International Space Station. There's already work being done as well to shield power stations and transformers on the ground. Not that any of it matters. This goes far beyond some brownouts. We all saw what's actually coming.
Do you know how it works?
Look, I'm no physicist, but it's something to do with the Earth's geomagnetic field. The flares and mass ejections disturb it, which appears to trigger seismic events. I've tried reaching out to people who might know better, but they all insist it's bunk. And I don't blame them. It sounds ridiculous.
I wish it was.
Best we finish up with Connor. Come on, Desmond. In you go.
Hello?
Hey. Do you think killing Vidic set Abstergo back?
I doubt it. Sure, he pioneered the Animus, but they've had the technology for decades now. Plenty of other people can take his place.
And Cross?
Oh, he was a loose cannon. I doubt anyone's mourning his death. I think these days he was more a symbol than an asset. I'm sorry, I don't mean to dismiss what you did. But it's going to take a lot more than a couple of deaths to stop the Templars.
Yeah. I mean, they control so many aspects of society. Killing one scientist for Abstergo doesn't change anything. I mean, of course it changes a little bit, but not enough.
Did Vidic put you in an Animus when you were at Abstergo? They'd be able to search your memories and track you back here.
Oh, they definitely tried, but I made things difficult for them. You can resist, you can cloud up the transmission, or just refuse to move. Eventually, they would have gotten what they needed, but it still would have taken them weeks.
Vidic threatened to put me in a coma once.
It would have made you more pliable. But if the user isn't engaged, it's a mess. I know they've been working on ways to extract memories and let others sift through those memories. Maybe they're even analyzing mine right now. Maybe they'll find us. I don't know. What I do know is that we've got to get through that door.
Yeah. I should probably get back into the Animus.
It's kind of interesting because it's foreshadowing what Black Flag will be about in the modern day, right? Because after AC3, they find the temple and they find Desmond's body and use his DNA to access Edward Kenway's memories for something called Devils of the Caribbean, which is essentially like an entertainment product based on the pirate memories. So they do find and create the technology to let others sift through the memories of one other specimen.
Hey, so when this is over, and assuming it all works out, I was hoping I could, you know, come home.
I'd like nothing more. We're almost there, son. We'll have plenty of time to talk when this is all over. We should focus on our work now.
Hey, Desmond, didn't Subject 16's...
His name was Clay.
Sorry, didn't Clay say Washington was a Templar?
No, he indicated that Washington came into contact with an Apple of Eden, but beyond that, it's all speculation. Furthermore, judging from the portrait referenced by Clay, the event occurred much later in Washington's life. Perhaps Connor wasn't even involved. It's very hard to know for sure. We'll just have to wait and see what, if anything, happens.
So they're of course referring here to the Tyranny of King Washington DLC for AC3. And that one kind of like showcases Washington getting into contact with the Apple of Eden, which he actually got through the Freemason Society. And then upon touching it at the same time as Connor, it trigger a memory or kind of like a vision of a potential future, I guess, in a way. Where Washington gets corrupted by the Apple and becomes a tyrant, essentially, instead of, you know, the first president of the United States. Instead, he becomes king, who's abusing the power of the Apple. And upon seeing that, he decides to give it to Connor to then get rid of it. However, it doesn't make sense in the context of the lore, because in AC2 and Brotherhood we have learned that, in fact, Washington kept it, and then the Freemason Society kept it, and they shipped it over to Europe to then be used as part of the Second World War. And yeah,
kind of like shows Connor at the end of the DLC, I think, sinking at Evacuation. But it doesn't give us any info about how the Freemason Society would have retrieved it again. Because the team behind the Quebec didn't really think that far, unfortunately. It was a bit of a plot hole with that DLC. Which is why I'm also skipping it in this playthrough. Also, hey there, Helisi. Welcome in. Which are the next games that I will play? Well, as part of the series, we're gonna be playing all of the Ubisoft Montreal production. So that are Black Flag, Unity, and Origins next as part of the AC games. However, I will also include 2 of the Watch Dogs games developed by Montreal. So the order in which I will be playing them will be Black Flag, Watch Dogs 1, Unity, Watch Dogs 2, and then Origins.
So what was it like being back at Abstergo?
I didn't expect to get out of there alive. It's a good thing Cross broke down the way he did. If he wasn't losing his mind, I'd probably be dead.
I guess he never really recovered.
What do you mean?
When he first came to us, he was exhibiting symptoms of the bleeding effect. It was real bad. He'd just go in and out at a moment's notice. No animus required. Got a little violent, too, sometimes. It took a while and a bunch of therapy, but we thought we had it under control. Once he went back over to Abstergo, though, who knows what they did to him.
I still worry about that happening to me.
He was raised in an animus, Desmond. There's overexposure, and then there's Daniel. Poor guy. That could never happen to you. We won't let it. Hey, when this is all over, we should take a trip somewhere. Celebratory vacation.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Now listen to you. Italy, Brazil, and the United States, all in the span of a few weeks. And you're complaining about not getting out enough?
Seriously, Sean?
No, not seriously. Are you mad? Trust me, no one wants time off more than I do, right? Do you have any idea how hard it is to crank those database entries out as fast as I do?
It's true, you know, considering that all of the database is written by Sean ever since AC2. And all of this is happening between September and December, you know. And Sean is doing all that research into the different time periods and stuff. Trying to connect the dots in the time of that few weeks.
The sooner we're done here, the sooner we can take that vacation. Yeah, we should probably get back to work.
Okay, that's all of the optional dialogues here. Let's go ahead and check on the emails. Another message from Juno. Thinking about you. You're kind. You're wretched, simple things. One step removed from animals. One step removed? No steps. None. You are animals. We have the sense, the six. We were transcendent. You are pretenders. You suppress. Your artifices are lies. Economics. Philosophy. Literature. Love. All born of desperation. Denying what you are. Animals. Who root, who feast, who fuck, who kill, hate. That is what I think of when I think of you. Or you might, don't worry. I know you think it's dangerous for me to head to Egypt on my own, and you're probably right. Wouldn't be surprised if Cross is already there. We're locking these things down left and right, but we don't have a lot of options. If there's a chance to grab the last power source, we've got to take it. I promise I'll be careful. I've been fighting these bastards since before you were born. Literally. Also, give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, had to fetch the dog from a neighbor. There was a package that arrived, and he just went through the door into the neighbor's flat. So I had to get out of there. But yeah, let's keep on reading these emails here. William Miles, don't worry. I know if you think it's dangerous for me to head to Egypt on my own, and you're probably right. Hold on. Yeah, I think I've read this one right. So let's read the next one here. Juno, they left. Once you named Minerva and Tinia, they caught you here, and then they left. Don't you find it odd that they would go through all the trouble and then just disappear? There were discs here once. I threw them into the abyss when I still could. I think they were meant for you. Filled with lies. You don't need such things. I alone will guide you. You don't trust me. I am the enemy. I bade you kill the traitor, but if you hadn't, you would have died, and the world as well. I hate you, but you will save us, so I offer my hand. I will lead you to salvation. So with traitor, she of course means Lucy. William Miles, I'm sorry. They're going to be here soon. Trapped me in this damn museum. Should have taken more precautions. I'm sorry, son. It wasn't fair for me to come down on you the way I did. You never asked for any of this, and I should have been more understanding. I hope you can forgive me. I love you. Yeah, so that's still from when William was trying to get the power source and was in captivity. And this, of course, one day before the... Oh, never mind, this is 10 days before the 21st of December, of course. So very, very close to when everything is going down. Okay, now before we head back into the enemies, we can also go ahead and insert the last power source.
Approached, one that was dark and cold. It would consume us, for we were flesh, and flesh is frail. Though suits and shields might offer comfort, such adornments would not suffice, not to save us all. So we sought to change what we were. In this manner, we might thrive in a world made poisonous. It was Aita who volunteered to see if it might be done. Aita, my husband, my love. In the end, it changed him, ruined him. He was made a prisoner of the machines. The body might survive, but his mind became brittle to the touch. He begged me for release, for days, for weeks, for months. I pleaded with him to give us time to find another way. But there wasn't one. Not for him. Not for us.
The story of Aita, husband of Juno, and he's gonna be the major antagonist in a lot of the AC games now. Most notably Black Flag and Unity, because the Sage is based on him, right? And what she tried to do is save his soul by making it survive by being reborn into a human body, which is what the Sage essentially is, right? The consciousness stored of the Isu Aita inside a human that gets reborn over and over. And what's also interesting is this is a direct reference to Valhalla, because in Valhalla, the Norse gods, including Odin, Tyr and others, use the same technology that the Roman pantheon, including Juno, has learned about, you know, that means of survival, which is why there's a lot of more sages, more Isu of her civilization consciousness stored inside humans. Ava, of course, being one of them. But also Sigurd and Basim and many others. Makes me actually want to include Valhalla now, not gonna lie. Because Valhalla is really relevant, you know, in terms of like lore. It's just the amount of content there is, you know. I feel like I'm not sure if I want to commit to that this year. But I guess we're gonna see how fast we get through the series, I guess. And if I have like at least 4 months time, then I might still include Valhalla, I guess.
What is consciousness but a series of electrical impulses? And the body a vessel to hold these sparks. But it is weak. In time, it decays and crumbles into dust. We asked ourselves then, what if it might be replaced with something stronger, something better? So we forged a new vessel, one that might endure. It proved easy enough to enter. But to leave required something more, something wrong. And so this too they abandoned. I wondered, though, were they right to turn away?
There we go. Now the entire bridge is connected to the gate, so the only thing missing now is the key. And to find out about the location of the key, we just gotta head back to Connor one last time. So let's go ahead and finish off the rest of what's available to us here.
Home stretch, Desmond. I can feel it.
The tides of war are turning. The Loyalists fall back beneath the advancing Patriot army, their hold on this land weakening by the day. But the Templars only seem to grow stronger. Though fewer in number, the threat they pose appears undiminished. Making matters worse, Washington chose to spare the life of Charles Lee. I am told he has taken refuge inside Fort George, and so my days are spent searching for a way to breach its walls. Of my father, there is no trace, and I am glad of it. If I can be rid of Lee, there may still be a chance for reconciliation. And through it, peace.
Connor, he's asking for you.
Hello, Connor. Come now. Your sadness won't sustain me any more than that fool woman's soups and potions. Tell me of your latest exploits.
Charles Lee has been exposed, and the Patriots finally rid of him. They march now to secure the remaining cities that this country might finally be free.
Then you have won. The land and your people are safe. Yet you seem troubled.
Washington spared Lee's life.
So long as he lives, all are in danger. The same is true for your father. When you first came to me, you understood what had to be done, swore you'd see it through. If not for the Brotherhood, for your people, and all those threatened by the Templars.
But with Lee gone, my father might...
Listen to me. You have not come this far to throw it all away over misplaced sentiment. Both men must die.
Achilles.
There is nothing more to discuss.
Connor, I came as soon as I could.
Tell me you bring good news.
The Comte de Grasse said yes. You need only join his fleet in Chesapeake Bay and they will serve as required. But what exactly is it you intend?
It's better that I show you. Charles Lee may have been dismissed, but it does not mean we are safe.
But the commander?
The commander underestimates the threat, and no more time can be wasted trying to convince him otherwise. I must do this on my own.
Do what, exactly?
Kill Charles Lee. He hides within Fort George, which is itself surrounded by a militarized district. I cannot hope to infiltrate it directly, so I will go under instead.
Incroyable.
The tunnels leading to the fort have been filled in. While I secure the Admiral's ships, I need you to clear them for me.
And the ships?
When signaled, they will bombard the fort.
Breaching its walls and creating a distraction, I see.
In the chaos, I will slip inside, find Charles Lee, and silence him forever.
Yeah, the underground system that I've barely explored in the game. Okay, so I have to go for a naval mission here, I guess. But I do want to check real quick if there's any kind of like side missions available that have spawned now. There's the assassination contracts that should spawn, I guess, in New York at some point, I would reckon. So there's nothing here. Let's check on Boston. Okay, nothing here either. Yeah, they don't seem to have spawned yet. Unless there's somewhere in like a like pocket area, like up here. I think they should still appear technically. So I guess maybe I have to wait until after sequence 11. Okay, in that case we can just go ahead and do the main story. Since there's nothing left to do. No optional dialogues either.
Did actually get a new email. I think before I continue with any missions, I want to make sure to read all the emails that come available. Because otherwise there might be a chance that we can't read them again before finishing the game. Rebecca Crane. I'm scared. What if we don't find the key? What if we do but run out of time? What if whatever's down here doesn't work? I mean, what changed? The first Sith tried to save themselves and failed, and this place is shut down and sealed up. Doesn't really feel like the sort of place we're going to find the answers to all of our problems. Doesn't help that the people who brought us here are missing. I'm just worried this isn't going to work. I don't want to die. And yeah, can't blame her either. I actually wonder, can we replay modern day missions here? Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's a way to replay only the modern day and nothing else. Battle of Chesapeake. Break through the blockade to access the bay by avoiding loyalist ships.
Lafayette promised me a fleet beyond compare and a captain without peer. Instead, I find myself greeted by one old ship and a boy in costume.
I promise we are all you need, Admiral.
I doubt this very much, but beggars do not choose.
And the ships I require?
They are yours, provided we survive this.
What would you have me do?
Hold the bay while I engage the main fleet. Should any British ships dare approach, destroy them. They must be kept from Yorktown.
Admiral de Grasse. Francois Joseph Paul de Grasse was an admiral in the French Navy and is probably best known for his victory in the Battle of Chesapeake, where he prevented British troops from arriving to reinforce the army of Yorktown. De Grasse was the youngest child of a French nobleman. He joined the military at the age of 11 when he became a page with the Religious Military Order of Malta. He joined the French Navy proper in 1740. By 1775 he was serving as a captain. He helped secure Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, for the French, which probably looked good on resume at the time. De Grasse was promoted to admiral in 1781 and despite failing health was given orders to South America to help Washington. His victory at Chesapeake was so significant that Washington wrote to him the day after the Cornwallis surrendered at Yorktown, saying the honor of the victory belonged to De Grasse. De Grasse died in 1788, just before the beginning of the French Revolution. Despite his role aiding rebels in America, De Grasse was considered nobility in France, and his estate was ransacked by the French revolutionaries. His family fled to the United States, where they were welcomed as the children of a hero. I guess hero and oppressor all depend on your perspective. You say tomato, I say tomato. You say potato, I say potato. Actually, no one says potato.
Herod all hands-offs! Hell is manifest upon the sea!
The Battle of Chesapeake. In this battle, French ships under Admiral de Grasse held off a British fleet attempting to occupy Chesapeake Bay. I know it doesn't exactly sound scintillating, but bear with me here. This was critical to the British surrender that ended the war. I don't like to talk about it, but I will.
George Washington gave de Grasse a choice between attacking New York City, the British stronghold, or Virginia, where British troops were stationed. De Grasse chose Virginia, the waters were easier to maneuver in, and he didn't have the equipment that a siege of New York would require. De Grasse was stationed in the West Indies, but left in secrecy, or he tried to. The British noticed his warships missing. I don't know about you, but I would find it suspicious if a bunch of warships went missing. It raises questions, and it wasn't hard to guess where they might be headed. The British Navy sent ships to Chesapeake Bay to cut de Grasse off. However, they went the fast way, while de Grasse took the scenic route, staying out of sight and out of the major shipping lanes. So when the British arrived at the Chesapeake, they found it completely empty. They sailed on for New York to meet with the rest of the fleet there, leaving the Chesapeake Bay empty when de Grasse arrived at the end of August. Clever. And by taking the long way round, de Grasse collected enough sea miles to qualify for a free hip flask. The British fleet returned less than a week later, but the damage was done. They were outnumbered by the French forces occupying the bay. I believe the technical term here is whoops. There's another one, but that begins with F, so I better not. De Grasse's fleet sailed out to engage the British on open water. They fought for only 2 hours before night fell. It was the only time they would actually fire the guns. De Grasse led the British south, away from the mouth of the harbour, leaving time for the French reinforcements to arrive from Rhode Island, and occupy the bay again. Finding themselves badly outnumbered and outmaneuvered, the British returned to New York, effectively abandoning the troops they were supposed to supply in Virginia. The battle was technically a draw, I take that. However, the larger victory came when the British troops in Virginia realized they were cut off and surrendered, effectively ending the revolution.
How many do you reckon?
Too many.
If anyone can hold the line, 'tis us. I only hope the Admiral's quick to return. Enemy approaching! All right, boys! Make ready for war! Looks like they're coming to say hello. Ready yourself! Aye, aye!
Battle of Yorktown. While small skirmishes would continue until 1783, Yorktown was the last major encounter between the British and the Continental Army, effectively ending the American Revolution. In the summer of 1781, the British General Lord Cornwallis was ordered to secure a deep water port in Virginia. He had chosen Yorktown on the Chesapeake Bay, and by the end of September, his troops had fortified the city and were awaiting resupply from ships in New York City. What Cornwallis didn't know was that the ships he was expecting for resupply had been defeated by the French Navy at the Battle of the Chesapeake in early September. He could have probably done with knowing that. On the rebel side, George Washington had just secured the help of the French and was anxious to put his new troops in the field. He favored an attack on the British stronghold at New York, but since he didn't have the troops or the equipment for that, he settled for taking Cornwallis at Yorktown. I'm sure Cornwallis would have been flattered by the news that he was the second choice. The main force of Continental and French troops marched to Yorktown near the end of September and began to settle in. By October 6, the trenches were built and the siege had begun. The key to Washington's strategy was the artillery brought in by the French army. It bombarded the city for more than a week, wearing down town defenses, until French and Continental troops successfully stormed 2 redoubts outside the city on October 14th. This put the artillery in a place where it could reach the city itself, and Cornwallis' defenses quickly crumbled under the onslaught. He surrendered on October 19th. This fall of Yorktown essentially broke the political will in Britain to continue the war. It had become too costly. Parliament started peace negotiations, and British citizens began to stamp their tiny feet and practice their speeches about how the colonies were smelly and uncivilized, and we didn't want to control them anyway. Yeah, stinky colonies. Yeah, I'm sure the British just didn't want to have it anymore, you know. I just failed the objective there. Because the other frigate is my ally, right? I didn't realize that was one of the objectives here. Yeah, I think I have to reload here. Because I sunk one of them, not with a weak point. Freaking weak point objectives.
We're down the ship! Take care!
Why are there always so many? I'm gonna try to... Oh, hold on, there's only one here. Right. Maybe we can get the weak point by hitting it from front. Ah ja. Wer? Hey Vijay, welcome in. Yeah, they really are. What if they not claimed first already?
point. Please. So I have one special attack. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. The issue here is that my ally might actually destroy the ship before I can trigger the weak point. Gotta make sure to try to hit the front of the ship. There we go. Did it. Also, hey Verrot, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, dude, and welcome in raiders. How was Reddit 2 today with the cinematic challenge? Also, hey there, Fury. Welcome in. Thank you for joining.
Ship lost! Escort's all stuck. We're on our own now, sir.
And Bo, also welcome in. Welcome into some AC3. Working on finishing the game today.
Reinforcements!
They will come. We must hold the bay until they do.
Oh, this is madness! You're alone and we're without reinforcements!
Hey there, Surf. Welcome in too. Yeah. On the search for Charles Lee. Soon we're gonna get him. Oh, very nice, Rod. That's good progress. I love that mission. Escape is also very smooth, isn't it, for that mission?
All our guns are down. We've no way to defend ourselves now. That beast is sure to sink us if we're not careful.
He's not really planning to board them, is he? Has he lost his mind? He's going to get us all killed.
The ship is yours, Mr. Faulkner.
I gotta counter key enemies here. Let's take care of it. Come on.
Tight decision, Gareth.
You mad bastard.
They say you took down that man of war all alone. Perhaps Lafayette did not exaggerate when he spoke of your abilities. As promised, my ships are yours to command. What do you require?
5 of them must enter New York's harbor flying British flags.
Wait. I thought you might need some pirates killed or goods transported, and instead, you asked for us to, what, shell New York?
No. Of course not.
Ah.
Only part of it.
Explain yourself.
I mean to infiltrate Fort George, but it is too well guarded. Cannon fire will breach its walls and scatter its guards.
And a ship that flies the French flag could never get near it.
You understand, then?
Not at all. But a promise is a promise, even when made to a lunatic.
I will light a signal fire when it is time for you to attack.
Vous l'avez entendu, récupérez leurs drapeaux qu'on puisse les accrocher. Allez, vite!
Exactly right, you know, it's like one of those missions that really like has such a transition going on between like you know, what is happening. I just love these missions so much, you know. It starts with one kind of like activity and end with a totally another.
Hello, Connor. Welcome back.
Is everything in place?
Oui. Lafayette waits for you inside the tunnel beneath the city.
What I also love with Veretta 2 is kind of like how the music changes according to what is happening in the mission, you know. It's a really cool way of kind of like audio design, I think, with a soundtrack and having like different variations of like the same theme or something. No kidding. Got it from its grandfather, Captain Pissoff. Never met Bastard.
For me?
For me?
Sometimes I worry that these patriots, for all their talk of liberty and equality, fall back into the old ways. It will depend greatly on who is chosen to lead them. A man of humble means who has worked to earn his place. I think a man like that is less likely to dream of thrones. All men dream of thrones. It is in our nature. Then what would you do? Ensure their leader is sterile. Without an heir, the threat of succession is ended. It might be left to the people of war.
But it's really cool when we have music that does that, and also goes to show that the one piece of music can also be done in so many different ways to cover certain emotions or context of what's going on. Absolutely. I just love when games do that, you know? Kind of like progressive music. Definitely has been done in AC as well, of course. That's my Assassinos. So what is Deborah doing there? It's like I gave them the homeless animations or something.
I didn't do it.
Connor. This tunnel will take you into the military district.
And the Admiral?
He waits for you to light this signal. And then the strike begins.
And we will be there as well.
Okay, we gotta remain undetected until the signifier. Reach it in 3 minutes and limit health loss 50%, so we can't really fall. Adobe Rod, that's cool. I noticed in general that Splinter Cell has really cool soundtracks actually. I quite enjoyed whenever I Jesus. So many guards here. Not good. Yeah, when I paid a bit more attention to the soundtrack in Splinter Cell when you played the games, I was really impressed by it. Yeah, definitely looking forward to playing that eventually myself as well. That works.
Inside the fort. I am in no condition to fight. Need to stay away from the guards. Where are you, Charles?
Gone.
Where are you, Charles?
You cannot hope to match me, Connor. For all your skills, you are still but a boy, with so much left to learn.
Give me Lee!
Impossible.
Give me Lee!
Is the promise of a better future. The sheep need a shepherd.
He has been dismissed and censured. He can do nothing for you now.
A temporary setback. He will be restored.
Where is Charles Lee?
You act as though you have some right to judge. To declare me and mine wrong for the world. And yet everything I've shown you, all I've said and done, should clearly demonstrate otherwise. We did not harm your people. We did not support the crown. We worked to see this land united and at peace. Under our rule, all would be equal. Do the Patriots promise the same?
They offer freedom.
Which I've told you, time and time again, is dangerous. There will never be consensus, son, amongst those you have helped to ascend. They will each differ in their views of what it means to be free. The peace you so desperately seek does not exist.
No! Ugh! Together they will forge something new. Ugh! Better than what came before.
These men are united now by a common cause. But when this battle is finished, they will fall to fighting amongst themselves about how best to ensure control. In time, it will lead to war. You will see.
The Patriot leaders do not seek control. There will be no monarch here. The people will have the power, as they should.
The people never have the power, only the illusion of it. And here's the real secret. They don't want it. The responsibility is too great to bear. It's why they're so quick to fall in line as soon as someone takes charge. They want to be told what to do. They yearn for it. Little wonder that, since all mankind was built to serve.
So because we are inclined by nature to be controlled, who better than the Templars? It is a poor offer.
It is truth! Principle and practice are two very different beasts.
No, Father, you have given up, and would have us all do the same.
Okay, I tried to extend the fight here to kind of like listen to all the dialogue between the two. But that should have been everything here.
Surrender, and I will spare you.
Brave words from a man about to die.
You fare no better.
Even when your kind appears to triumph, still we rise again. And do you know why? It's because the Order is born of a realization. We require no creed, no indoctrination by desperate old men. All we need is that the world be as it is. And this is why the Templars will never be destroyed. Don't think I have any intention of caressing your cheek and saying I was wrong. I will not weep and wonder what might have been. I'm sure you understand. Still, I'm proud of you in a way. You've shown great conviction, strength, courage. All noble qualities. I should have killed you long ago.
We've
got a problem. Haytham doesn't have the amulet anymore.
But the temple's still sending data. There must be more to this story.
Only one way to find out.
Kind of interesting, Haytham is actually carrying a tomahawk there when he dies. Maybe as a reference to Connor's mom, or something. Yeah, that's the end of sequence 11. So one more to go, and then we're done.
My father is dead. Charles Lee now leads the Templar Order in his place. I see now why ours is an eternal war. For each piece taken from the board, another is placed upon it. Back and forth we go. Across the world. Across the ages. Some days mine feels an impossible task. But I cannot afford to be consumed with doubt. The people need me. Now more than ever. I must stop the Templars. I will kill Charles Lee.
Okay, let me pause real quick before we get to the next major mission. Rod, you figured out what requirements you want for your limit challenge for Black Flag, unless required by an optional objective. The following limits apply. Hidden Blade only for main targets, no smoke bombs, sleep darts or berserk darts, no gun or rope darts, basic weapon only, no crafting upgrades. And you may not add a ship-based restriction as well, you haven't decided yet. That's definitely quite the limit challenge, yeah. So just basic weapons and Hidden Blade on targets is a must. That'll be interesting because it really is like a melee challenge in a way, right? You can't use any kind of like range weaponry, really. But yeah, it's gonna be cool to see actually. But you're still allowed to kill regular guards with the Hidden Blade, right? Or can you only kill targets with Hidden Blade? Going to be great what I think of it when I played that good old stealth action. Yeah, I really gotta get into that series eventually, to be honest. I'm still kind of like debating if I should start with the earliest game, you know, because I usually like to kind of like play my way through this series. But of course, if there is like a better entry point of a later game, then that might be a better first time experience, you know, getting to experience some more modern mechanics, considering how old the games are at this point. Avam's hubris, yeah. Yeah, that whole scene is definitely kind of sad, you know, seeing that Haven would even kill his own son. And I on purpose waited until I was almost dead before I stabbed Haven. So it seems more like self-defense in a way, you know. But it's interesting how Connor actually beat him despite being hit by a cannon, you know. And him even saying, I'm in no condition to fight. Because, yeah, it's quite impressive that he still managed to beat his own father in a way. Ava Banshee, AC2 got an insane update. Your fault, you thought the game on Twitch said AC2. That's fair. Yeah, imagine. AC2 with those kind of graphics. Ava Rochi. As evil as Haven has become, there's also some truth in some things he says. Definitely. That's the thing, right? Like, both the observation of the Templars and the Assassins on the world and humanity isn't entirely wrong or doesn't have any kind of like foundation, right? I can also in a way understand the more pessimistic view that the Templars have on humanity in a way, you know. But yeah, for me they definitely take the wrong consequence out of that realization, you know. Because they should also realize that they themselves are also flawed, you know, just the way the rest of humanity is. And it doesn't make them like better in any way, I don't think. So them just deciding that they need to have all the power and need to control everyone to comply is something that definitely don't support. But that doesn't mean, of course, that they're wrong in their, you know, assumptions on what they're thinking about humanity or anything. But it's funny if you have Templar too close, Haven too close to guards stationed outside of a fight zone, because they will come in and attack as well. Will they? I don't think I ever had that happen to me, actually. But that's interesting. Make the fight even harder than it has to be.
Where is Charles Lee?
And hey there, Lucinda, welcome in. Good morning. Hope you're having a good start into the day so far. Yep, just in time for the ending of AC3. We're now at the end of, or at the final sequence here, with sequence 12. Yeah, gonna be interesting, Rod. I mean, technically you can use other weapons than hidden blades to kill people in stealth, right? It just has to be a high-profile assassination, which of course isn't always the best for stealth gameplay, because it does attract more attention, of course. But it is kind of cool that you can do like even double running assassinations and stuff with the swords. Benji, but Haven had hidden blades, so instead of choking, why didn't he just end it? Yeah, I can only assume as well, I guess. My assumption would be that maybe he wants Connor to suffer longer before dying. But I think also, I haven't read the book, but there's a book called Forsaken, which is kind of like a diary about Haven's point of view. And I think in there is kind of like reason to believe that he actually let Connor kill himself. So that he willingly tried to get Connor to kill him. Now, I haven't read the book and I don't know all the details, but yeah, there's been a few times where I looked, for example, on the fandom wiki for AC, and that was being stated that the Forsaken book gives reason to believe that he did let Connor kill him. I don't think it really aligns perfectly with the dialogue and what he's trying to make a point about. But then again, the book has been written by another writer as well. Ah, nice, Lucinda. That's great that you got to catch some more sleep as well. But you might actually change it to hidden blade kills only for all enemies, unless an optional objective requires using other methods, of course. That's definitely fair too. I think that's a good idea. That way you can still do like proper stealth without having to go for like high profile assassinations. Yeah, no worries, Benji. But you don't really like that idea, to be honest, if it's true. It undermines how skilled Connor has become, you feel. Yeah. I don't think it really perfectly aligns with the game, to be honest, as well, because, you know, Haven really tries to make a point here. And of course, having different writers, you know, I don't think they have shared all their intentions for the characters either. And it isn't the first time if a book varies a little bit from the game either. So for me, just looking at the game, to me it seems like he wants to make Connor suffer, you know, before he dies. But yeah, the book says otherwise, I guess. But yeah, let's go ahead and get to Lee, shall we? Start of sequence 12. The funeral of Haven Kenway.
Today to remember a man of peerless vision who sought to change the world. And change the world he did. Look around. Even now the British prepare to retreat. Their spirits broken. Their forces splintered. The Patriot leadership shall soon follow. Either into our service or into the ground. And then, my friends, all of this will finally be ours. We have Hatham to thank for this. He and all those others who sacrificed for our cause. But he was not content merely to save the people of America, no. He sought to save those sworn to our destruction. He sought to save the assassins. Aye, it seems a mad thing now. And it cost him his life. The assassins are a cruel and terrible coven. They speak only the language of death. Too late he learned the truth of this. Murdered by his own son. He gave his life as he lived it, in service to a dream we all share. And so we must fight on. We will vanquish our enemies. We will spread our word. And in time, my brothers and sisters, in time, we will have our new world.
Yeah, no kidding, Rod. That would have been a much more interesting story to follow.
Where are you, Charles?
Into the mind of a Templar, you know, going with Haven.
They will lead me to Lee.
Instead of Shay. There he is. It all led us to this moment of finding the one and only Charles Lee. Kind of reminds me of the AC-1 assassination. Where you also visit a funeral to kill a Templar. Also, hey there, Ingo Trading. Welcome in. Thank you for a follow. And goodbye. Thanks for taking care of that, Rod. I was reading that name with trading. I was like, sounds fishy. Indeed, Lucinda. It's gonna pay.
He sent me away. That day, at Fort George. He feared for my safety. I should have stayed. He said there was no danger.
He was wrong.
I will kill you, Connor. This I swear. Not here, though. Not today. No. First, I'll destroy all you hold dear. I'll burn that homestead of yours to the ground and roast the severed heads of your precious founding fathers in its flames. And when I've finished with them, all the rest will burn as well. Your merry band of assassins, the human refuse that lives on your land, your village and its people, all of it, gone.
You can try, Charles. But as with all your schemes, this too will end in failure.
Get him on his feet. He will wait. He will watch. And then, when he's seen all his life's work brought to ruin, only then will I allow him to die. Take him away.
Not so bold now, are you, boy?
Where is Charles Lee gone?
The harbor. to catch a ferry.
Where is Charles Lee gone?
The double where Charles Lee gone. I love it. Okay, do I have all my tools back? Yes, I do. Perfect, because I need poison darts here for this mission. I pause just at the right moments for sound alerts. Yeah, I have like an intuition
Lead me to Lee.
or when to pause. Sometimes. Rob Bane in The Dark Knight Rises. We will destroy Gotham, and then when it's done and Gotham is ashes, then you have my permission to die. This game and Dark Knight Rise came out the same year. Love it parallel with what Lee says. That's really cool. I mean, it's not the only parallel, I guess, between that franchise or that series and the AC games, I guess. Yeah, that's a game I also still have to play and finish off, I guess, my Batman series run eventually. I think it's been almost 2 years or so since I played City, actually. So I really gotta play Night at some point. Can never know enough about where Charles Lee is. That's true. The search never really ends, you know? Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to play it eventually. I really hope I get to it this year, to be honest. But we just have to see. So many games, so little time. A little swim here. This one can be a bit tricky to actually stealth completely, since I also can only kill 2 regulars, yeah. Which might include the captain, so really I can only kill 1. Safely. Can I go around the corner? Okay, now. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this guard to stop looking for me.
I believe these men meet for requirements.
They will lead me to Lee.
You believe incorrectly. They're sick and weak. We're looking to build an army, not fill an almshouse. It would take months to get them into fighting shape.
They
We
will
don't
lead
have
me
the
to
time.
Lee.
No, please. We'll do anything you want. Anything. Only take us with you.
Quiet, well. Your merchandise is useless to us.
Perhaps we should discuss this back in my cabin.
Harbinger and Rod doing a contest who can be faster. This time it was Harbinger. But before the year ends, you have to get through Black Flag, Unity, Syndicate, Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, Deus Ex, Human Revolution, Mankind Divided, Watch Dogs 1, 2, Legion, Tomb Raider 1, 2, 3, Revelations, Chronicles, Age of Darkness, Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, Tomb Raider 2013, Rise, Shadow, MV3, Tomb Raider 2013, 10th Anniversary, back-to-back runs, plus Anniversary runs for Prince of Persia, Sense of Time, Silent Hill 3, Resident Evil 2, Outlast, and maybe some others you forgot. Yeah, also Black Flag, right? Anniversary runs for Black Flag as well, in addition. So yeah, that's gonna be one hell of some playthroughs, you know. Yeah, the Black Group ones too. Okay, I could try to allow myself to kill this guy. I can also go down here, can't I? Okay, maybe not. I think I have to kill this dude. Jesus, it's like so close every time. Yeah, I have to go back here, unfortunately. So annoying. This guy is like unavoidable. I gotta kill him. I could try. Oh, never mind. He is still over there. Gives me a chance here. Did lure him away technically. Perfect. Didn't have to kill him. And didn't get detected, which is the most important thing, yeah? Fuck. Are you serious? Come on. Come on. Oh, fucking hell. I swear. I gotta kill this dude. It's like no way around. Not even smoke bomb works. Only because this one guy had to be capable of doing parkour all of a sudden. No idea where he learned that, but yeah.
I'm sorry to have disappointed.
As you should be. For us to have come all this way for nothing. Tell me now why I shouldn't have you thrown into the sea.
No need to be rash. Only give me a little more time. I'll scour the other ships if I must. I'm certain there are prisoners who will meet your needs.
Very well. You have 2 days.
Oh, there's another guy who can do parkour.
Present yourself to the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston with the men you've chosen. We shall meet you there along with our master.
Okay, I gotta wait for him to go back here. And we have to take out the captain with a poison dart. Okay, we're gonna wait for him to die before we leave the ship, otherwise we will escape before it can get triggered that he actually dies. There we go. Didn't know, in fact, the guy was founder of the first parkour ninja warrior gym in the colonies. Ninja Warrior. Love that show. Watched it ever since I was a child. Not on a regular basis, but it was always very entertaining. Hey, the Carbon. It's going very good, thank you. Working on finishing the game today. How are you doing? Okay, so before we go to Boston for the next mission, I do want to go ahead and check on Davenport here, because I do believe we can check on Achilles. But first we're gonna go over here and hope the crew that is still wounded from the Battle of Chesapeake. Also, Fury, welcome in again, and thank you for the follow.
But it will hurt some for a time longer. Looks worse than it is. Just keep it clean and you should be fine.
Carbon, you doing okay? You can't complain. You're looking forward to the long weekend. Yeah, gonna be great. Doctor, getting those extra 2 days.
You won't lose your leg, that much I can promise you. But it will hurt some for a time longer.
I'm gonna go and use that extended weekend to visit some family.
Just keep it clean and you should be fine. Honor, I simply can't get to all these men in reasonable time. I need help. From you, from anyone!
I think I have someone for you.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, Charles Lee can help us here. Also, hey there, Eline, welcome in.
Diana, come with me. I need your help.
Of course. What's the matter?
Dr. White is overwhelmed and needs some extra hands.
I'm no doctor, Connor.
Maybe not. But I have seen you care for people before. You have the way of it.
Diana, perfect. I'm told you have a healer's hand. Please see to this young man. Connor, if you could help the two gentlemen out front.
Thanks, Skip. Good of you to help. I should be all right.
You will go to the Alps with your girlfriend. Very nice, Carbon.
Many thanks, Captain.
That sounds great too. Are you gonna go on the German side or Italian side, or where are you going?
I caught some burn off a rope. It happens.
Thanks, Skipper. Caught a piece of shrapnel in the shoulder. Bad luck. Thank you, Captain.
It's kind of funny how you help with a leg and then they're like, I caught a shrapnel in my shoulder. Didn't know your shoulder was in your leg.
Yeah, Mr. White! Yes, science!
You did well, Connor. But Diana, you impressed me greatly.
Well, thank you, Doctor. I haven't studied the practice or anything.
Maybe not, but your instincts are superb, and you have a healer's touch. If you had the time, I would be grateful for your help on a more regular basis.
Might be Catherine could watch the young ones a few days a week.
And if she can't, we'll find someone who will.
Indeed. Ah, very nice cabin. That sounds very, very nice. I've always wanted to visit the Alps at some point, but didn't get there yet. At least like really high up in the mountains and stuff. Certainly have been quite close to them, but yeah, I actually would love to ski there at some point.
Good day, Connor.
Hello, Dr. White. Diana?
Hello there, Connor.
Diana and I were just having a look over our equipment and facilities. They've seen a great deal of use in the last few days.
So things have turned for the better.
Better than it ever was in Boston. I was missing my apprentice when things first exploded, but now I have Diana. She's better than he was in every respect.
And are you happy, Diana?
I never thought this would be my path, but now that I'm here, I admit it feels right.
Oh, cheers, Carbon. I appreciate that. I might actually come back to that offer, to be honest. Because, yeah, I really want to get that at some point, for sure. I'm used to, like, skiing in, like, smaller mountains and also in the giant mountains of the Czech Republic. But, yeah, really love to go into the Alps, because obviously that's, like, a totally different scale entirely. Okay, let's also check on this interactive conversation. And then I'm gonna go into the modern day to read up on some new emails that we've gotten as well. Nice, we finished the entry for the innkeepers. Inns and taverns were central to colonial life. In addition to being a place where people would meet around a meal, drink a few ales, or discuss important matters for the community, they were stations for travelers, offering a roof, a warm bed, or a clean floor, a hot meal, and often care for one's horse, which is nice because you wouldn't want your horse to feel left out. Innkeepers were important figures, both locally and regionally, because they dealt with a great many people, from humble laborers to campaigning generals. This made them a prime source of news. Any innkeepers worth their salt knew everyone from mouths around the inn, and they generally made sure everyone knew them too.
One day, Doc, one day, you'll find one too. She'll come wandering into the village and light up your life. Mark my words, I'm telling you. I have a sense for these things.
Might be, might be. Ahoy, Connor! Look at us! 3 bachelors waiting for love or waiting for a drink, whatever comes first. Drink wins!
Women will be lining up for you, Doc. I'm telling you. Ladies love a healer. It's me that's doomed. Who wants to marry a woodworker, eh? Who? Nobody is who.
Hogwash! You brought the folding chair to the Americas. You're a pioneer, an entrepreneur. Women appreciate a man with vision.
What about you, Connor? How is it a man like you has no wife?
I would not be a good husband. I have not the time to give. One day, perhaps.
Maybe it has to do with you being drunk 24/7, Lance. Just a wild guess. But yeah, I'm sure he's also gonna know some love eventually. Okay, let's have a quick look outside the enemies here. Read up on the emails we've gotten. Another email from Juno. Forgive my outbursts. It has been a long time. I've been alone in this place for too long. Waiting. Hoping. Soon you will see all I have promised. Only hurry and find the key. Restore power to this place. Sean. Good news, bad news. Which would you like first? William says not really have the time for this. Sean says okay, sorry. So much for injecting a little pre-Christmas cheer into the otherwise dour proceedings. The good news is that, as far as I can tell, the Abstergo launch has been postponed, permanently. With Riddick dead, thanks to dear Desmond, and the Apple of Eden still safely in our possession, there's no way they will make the date. I suppose there's always the chance I will manage to retrieve another apple and start the whole process over, but all of our intel says they've got no leads. We're safe from that particular threat, at least for now. The bad news is that we've got less than 48 hours to open the temple doors. Whatever's meant to happen on the 21st and is likely a whole lot worse than Abstergo, I think we would all like very much to ensure it doesn't. Yeah. Time is running short and we need to find that key. Let's go back into the enemies here.
Old man. Achilles.
A letter? For me?
Yeah. Just in time for the tears, Eli. It's so sad that they never had a chance to say goodbye to each other, you know. And they kind of like ended in some form of dispute, you know, where Connor wanted to spare his father and Achilles wanted to make sure that Connor actually finishes the job. So it didn't end on a good note, but they still cared so much for each other, and it's gonna be revealed in the letter that we have found as well. But there was definitely foreshadowing that Achilles was in the best of conditions, of course, you know, the way he was laying on his bed the entire day and people having to care for him. So it was inevitable to come to this eventually.
What is it? Achilles has passed. I'm so sorry. He passed peacefully and with dignity. A service, then? Yes. Please prepare something appropriate. I will see the grave is dug. Can you gather everyone?
Anna, if you are reading this, I have failed to say goodbye as I wanted, but the time never seemed appropriate. I leave this land and all its resources to you. I trust you now know this place has become something of great significance. A community to serve as an example of what this would-be nation could become. But the larger and stronger it grows, the more fragile and difficult to defend it becomes. I hope your friends who are birthing this infant country understand this truth. Your unwavering tenacity and honesty have burdened you with responsibility far greater than any one man should bear. But you, if anyone, are capable. You have given an old man hope that all is not lost. And for that, I thank you. I ask that you lay my bones to rest on the hill overlooking the water. There is no other place on this earth.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
I am grateful to have met you, knowing you will guide this land and these people to a better future. Yours in brotherhood, Achilles.
Prayer and sermon do not suit this occasion. Achilles was not a man of God. Not my God, at any rate. But he certainly believed in a guiding force. And he is at peace now, and for that we can be grateful. We lay him to rest here, atop the bluff where he made his honorable and dignified life, so he can remain that comforting presence, the old man on the hill, that we have all grown to depend on. You all had your own relationships with him, your own moments, and I implore you to return here when the time is right for you and share those stories with the waves and the trees. Achilles, you will be missed, but never forgotten. Go safely, old man, safely to where your soul need rest.
Requiescat in pace.
I will make you proud, old man.
Yeah. Rest in peace. It is theory, yeah. Yeah, this is the remaster version of AC3.
Never properly said goodbye to you. I was not ready, so here I am. The weight of my responsibilities never seems to diminish. There is always something else that needs fighting for. This is something you never warned me of. Maybe because you thought I would have been deterred. You would have been wrong, but I know you were not accustomed to that. Life carries on here. The people seem happy. They are certainly safe, at least for now. One of my brotherhood asked me something I have been struggling with. What happens if, when we win? When we stop the Templars? It is a question I certainly do not know the answer to. Perhaps you did not either. I miss you, as I miss my mother. I hope all is well with you, wherever you are. Goodbye, old man. Until it comes time for me to join you, then I will bother you once again.
That just showcases, you know, what Connor thought of Achilles, you know, essentially being like a father to him. The fact he misses him as much as he missed his mother, you know. Something he wouldn't say about his own father, Avon. But yeah, Achilles really was somebody to guide him, give him support, you know, and make him the man that he is today, really. Someone who never betrayed his trust either. Which of course is a big theme with a lot of people that Connor meets, you know, that they just want to use him. Now it's finally time to hang the painting that we had to retrieve for him. Now you know why Achilles couldn't bear... Jesus. Now you know why Achilles couldn't bear to hang the painting himself, you know, because the memory of his lost wife and son was too, you know, hurtful for him to see it again. He also said that he doesn't know if he ever will bring himself to do this. So Connor essentially does it for him now that he's dead. It's still such a missed opportunity, I think, in Rogue, you know, because their deaths actually happen in Rogue, yet you never see them. And when Shay actually learns about his wife and son dying, you know, Shay is basically making a remark about how he doesn't care about it. And that's all the game does, really, to highlight the deaths. It's like, I don't care if they're dead. It doesn't justify Achilles behaving like this and this, you know, instead of like trying to show empathy or something. It also makes it out to be as if Shay had some kind of like concurrence to young Connor, even though, you know, young Connor was pretty damn young still. Not nearly in the age that Shay is, you know. It's really weird how Rogue actually treats those kind of events, which makes me even more glad that we won't be playing it this year. So I don't get too annoyed by that, the way they handled it. It had to be a big disrespect to AC fans. Shay is the main protagonist, right?
I make my own luck.
Yeah, he is in Rogue. Yeah, Shay actually has not received that much hate overall. People actually really enjoyed his character, it seems, at least a lot of him, because it appeared to showcase a different side of a conflict, focusing more on the Templars. And Rogue also tried to make Achilles more like a villain, you know. But to me it gets to a point where it doesn't feel like the same character as he is in AC3. So, yeah, they kind of like retcon quite a few things, it seems to me, what made the character who he is. And trying to give Shay justification to act that way, I guess. But, yeah, to me it definitely felt like a big disrespect, and I reckon to lots of others as well. At least if you care about AC3 and Achilles there. Also, hey there, Negative. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Yeah. People regulars might know that I'm not the biggest fan of Rogue's narrative. But definitely makes me all the more glad that we won't be playing it this year.
Day, Connor. How are you faring?
I will honor him in time. I just hope that what I do is enough.
If anybody is capable of honoring a man the likes of Achilles, it's you, Connor.
How is your church?
It's everything I could have wanted and more. The people here are hardworking and appreciative of my services. They contribute more than most I've seen. I understand our God is not for you. But the community is strong when we gather within these walls. That much you should see.
I will pass through one of these days.
Could you help us, Father Timothy? We can't quite make it
feel
out.
It's bad news.
What can it be?
Your sister's house has burned.
No.
Is her family all right?
The family survived, but all possessions have been lost.
Oh, the poor dear.
The house and the barn and our wagon were taken in the fire.
Oh, we must help them.
We'll take up a collection, Corinne.
Come by the inn.
It's really cool, you know, these kind of like conversations that you can catch between the characters, you know, because it's very easily missable. But yeah, there's quite a few conversations the homesteaders have with each other that you can catch like that. Yeah, that's all here. Let me just go to the different areas here to see if I'm missing anything of importance. Then we can go ahead and finish the main story, I guess. Because now the homestead missions are done. With Achilles' burial. Okay, nothing here. That means all the frontier and hunting society missions are done too. Ava Mondeo. Any word on Lee? He would say the same for Charlesley. Yeah, we do know where he is. We're gonna find him in Boston, and then it's time to finish him for real. Okay. Doesn't seem like we have anything here either. So we're good to focus on the main story now. How have you been, Mondio? I hope you're doing well. Okay, do I have enough tools here?
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, I do think so.
Where are you, Charles?
Oh, he's very close. Very close indeed. Okay, Orochi. Yeah, I can take care of an outfit choice for you if you just write it in chat. Which one you would like to have. Then I can take care of this real quick too. I can of course also showcase them to you as well if you like. Abja made some guacamole, not particularly good, but came back in a hurry so that you don't miss the best parts. Very nice, dude. Yeah, guacamole is always a good choice, I would say. But yeah, no worries. There's still a bit of time here for the best parts. Mondio, you had some future AC titles and you're only waiting for the multiplayer. Yeah, there's gonna be a multiplayer game, right, that they announced or something? Kind of like a smaller scale one. Gonna be interesting what happens with that. Can I please use the Aquila that just unlocked? Yes, Achilles. Achilles, you mean? I could do that. Because that's technically an outfit that Connor would wear. Yeah, I don't have all the outfits in the selection, I guess. Because I will only include the ones that actually would be the ones that Connor could potentially wear. So legacy outfits are out of the question. But the Achilles one I could wear. And yeah, we can definitely do that for sure. Also like as a reference here to Achilles, you know. Bit of an homage. This outfit belongs to Achilles, Davenport, leader of the colonial assassins and Ratonagedon's mentor. Thanks for choosing that, Orochi. It sounds like you've been kept busy 2022, Mondio. Hope it's been a good year for you, Vo. Yeah, only playing the Haven part and then just calling it. Won't be the first one to finish the AC3 playthrough after that. Because I know lots of people who have started AC3 and then just didn't have the motivation to start yet another character. Especially if they have grown fond of Haven. Okay, let's do this.
Need something, darling?
No.
Ugh, rude.
Can I help you?
You know you can.
Pardon? Oh!
I do not like having my time wasted.
Stop that! Oh, don't make me call the guards!
Make a sound and you die.
What do you want? He's in the harbor, at the Long Pier, most likely. We heard what happened at the parade. Charles got all nervous, said he was leaving the country. I thought he was overreacting. Guess not. No.
Thank you.
It is, yeah, this is the remaster version of AC3. I think Connor at this point really has no patience anymore to wait any longer to get Charles. Very determined to get him. Let's have a look around here.
Where are you, Charles?
The Boston Country Journal, your favorite penny
Oh yeah, sometimes I just wake up at night hearing "Where are you, Charles?" in my mind.
They will lead me to Lee.
Awful questions.
For the widest assortment of dry goods, these and other states will call upon the good folk of London. Carter.
Where is Charles Lee gone?
Give me Lee!
Why do you persist? You put us down, we rise again. You end one plot, we forge another. You try so hard, but it always ends the same. Those who know you think you mad, and this is why. Even those men you sought to save have turned their backs on you. Yet you fight. You resist. Why?
Because no one else will.
Are we done with this pissing contest?
I think it's a classic villain stereotype, you know, gotta have a speech before you finish off the main protagonist. Giving the main protagonist enough time to strike back and stop him in time. Classic action genre trope.
Rough night, was it?
He headed inland. Took a ferry up the Charles River.
I will need passage as well.
Of course. Only say the word.
Of course he took the Charles River. He did. That's the one thing you were heading for, Seraph, right? Yeah, it's the famous plot armor harbinger. This. Nice, I actually unlocked Altair's outfit, which means we did actually 100% of the main missions. Basically confirmed at this point. In every AC game should have at least a dream sequence, a wounded sequence, and where all your armor is missing. That's true.
Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
AC Origins being a good example of that as well. Or Unity. Black Flag as well, I guess. But you like how we did that in the movie Logan with one of the villains and they just get shot dead halfway through the speech. Yeah, it's always funny when that kind of thing happens. A movie that also reminds me of that is Kingsman. Because Kingsman is very open about kind of like adapting action movies and spy movies. And there's a moment where the villain kind of confrontates one of the protagonists. And he's basically saying like, yeah, it's like one of those action movies, you know, where they give you enough time and stuff. Only this isn't one of those movies. Then he shoots one of the protagonists dead in the face. So very similar to what you've been describing with Logan, pretty much. But it's definitely one of those major fourth wall breaking moments. Charles taking the Charles River. Yeah. To Charles Fort, I think he is. Also, Ava Grace, welcome in. Good morning. Jesus. That carriage. Just taking the horses with him. It's fine. It's kind of funny because it's the same thing that happened to me last time. Since I also took some time to re-chat and stuff, and then it happened exactly at the same time with the carriage driving through here. Only it was much glitchier and actually went through the trees and everything. Yeah, they're so funny, Rod. Especially the first two are really, really good. But yeah, the first one is still my favorite one, for sure. Yeah. I think I might have even been talking to you, Rod, in that moment, and then it happened. Ah yeah, that is the second part of glitch. A carriage appearing out of nowhere, out of the trees. Oh, it's so funny. I think it's going inside the hill now or something, isn't it? What is it doing? Look at these flawless physics. Grace carriage driver is just like, get fucked, mate. Yeah. Couldn't care less. Where are you going? Meanwhile, Connor's almost dying. Can't wait until we remaster Unity and bring back all the launch bugs. Yeah, and new bugs in addition, including the lighting, facial animations, you know. You know that infamous meme about Unity where the face is kind of like completely missing and you just see the eyeballs and teeth? It's probably also gonna come back. It's like, what are we here for? Ah, right, Charles Lee. Yeah, let's go ahead and meet him. Finally.
Requiescat in pace.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Why would they leave this behind?
Long have we waited for you to return. You have done as we asked. You have succeeded.
No! I have failed! My people are gone! Chased out by those who I thought would protect them!
It is a trade, a sacrifice, and not in vain. For you have found it.
This?
Now you must hide it, where none shall think to look, and then in time, what once was, shall be again.
I do not understand.
Nor need you. Only do as we ask. Then, you may do as you wish.
But what of my people?
You have saved this place, as was your people's purpose. And that matters most.
It is not enough.
Where is Charles
It will never
Lee?
be enough. You strive for that which does not exist. Still, you have made a difference, and you will do so again. Remember, you must hide the amulet where none might find it.
I know where the key is. Then let's go! Guess this is it.
We're right behind you.
And there we are. The moment of truth. To reveal Desmond's destiny once and for all. We're kidding, Grace, I agree. Charles doesn't deserve any kind of form of peace. Right, Harbinger. It's like digging your own grave. Not getting negative. Never you mind us being in your backyard and digging up some old graves. We totally have legitimate reasons to be here.
Moment of truth.
Yes. Come. Here, at last. You know our story now. Of how we tried. Of how we failed. All our hopes extinguished. Save one. Your touch. A spark. A spark to save the world.
Wait! Do not touch the pedestal.
Minerva?
You. But how? You left. You destroyed the device.
Did you think there was only one?
What the hell is going on here?
You must not free her.
Free her?
Juno dwells within these walls, awaiting release. I will explain. While we worked to save the world, she sought instead to conquer it. She used our machines to set her plans in motion. Divination through numbers. There is a pattern to existence. To comprehend the calculations is to tame time. This was my focus. And so I built the eye to aid us. But she turned it towards her own ends. When we discovered her treachery, we put a stop to it. And then we left. But first we called to you, that you might try again. We thought it would be safe with her gone. Now I see we were deceived. She survived, she endured, and then she began to work. For centuries, Tinia and I walked the world, hoping to rekindle the spark of civilization. We shared what we knew as best we could. We were not the only ones, but for all the power we wrought, still death would claim us. But before it did, I would have one last look to know if we had succeeded.
That's how you're here now?
I had hoped you might find this place and finish our work. But it is too late. You and the Templars have squabbled over our refuse. You have wasted centuries, and so you have lost your chance. You cannot hope to stop the end now, Desmond. Only to survive.
She's lying! Only touch the pedestal and the world will be saved.
Better the world burn than she be loosed upon it.
Is that so? Show him then.
But he will not understand. It is complicated. It is...
Show me.
Indeed, Minerva, the sun will have its way. The ground will crack and spit fire into the skies. All the world will burn. But this does not end the world, merely heralds its arrival. Darkness follows. Then you emerge, resolving to lay a foundation that such a tragedy does not befall the world again. You will become a symbol to those who survive. Hope, knowledge, determination. You will inspire them to rebuild, to thrive once more. And as the world heals, so too will humanity. But you are just a man, frail and mortal. You pass from the world, leaving behind only a memory. A legacy. You will be remembered first as a hero, later as a legend, and in time, as a god. It is the cruelest fate, to have written words that meant well, and see them made wicked and unwise. What was meant to encourage life, used instead to justify taking it. And so now you see that what was shall be again. So tell me, how is this better? She would sacrifice you, sacrifice the world, for no other reason than to deny me vindication.
They will enslave your kind, Desmond. Is this not why you fight? Is this not why you came here? To ensure more than just your race's future, but its freedom?
What future? What freedom? Billions dead and the whole cycle begun anew? This world has known nothing but heartache and horror since we left it.
Our gift to them, and you'd see it all returned.
Enough!
You must not do this.
Whatever Juno's planning, however terrible it might seem today, we'll find a way to stop it. But the alternative, what you want, there's no hope there.
If you free her, you'll be destroyed.
It will happen in an instant. There will be no pain.
You mustn't.
It's done, Minerva. The decision's made.
Then the consequences of this mistake are yours to live and die with.
You need to go. All of you. Now. Get as far away from here as you can.
Come with us. We'll find another way.
There isn't time.
Son.
You know it's true. It's already started. I need to do this now. So go. Go!
It's some sort of global aurora borealis. Never seen anything like this before. Eyewitnesses describe electrical storms and erratic displays of unusual weather. Residents are being asked to remain inside and wait for geological surveys are now reporting seismic activity throughout the Ring of Fire. Northeastern Canada is said to be experiencing the largest on record. Satellites and transformers are failing as the flare increases in intensity. Worldwide reports of blackouts seems to be receding. Residual seismic and volcanic activity is being reported, but nothing approaching earlier levels. Obviously, it'll be a while before experts are able to assess the full extent of the damage caused by today's events. But it appears the worst is behind us. We'll be sure to bring you more as this story develops.
It is done. The world is saved. You played your part well, Desmond. But now it's time that I played mine.
To be continued in the comics. Exactly, Harbinger. Also, welcome in again, Ronnie. I hope you're having a good morning. Yeah, it would totally happen in an instant, Harbinger. There's gonna be no pain whatsoever. And Desmond is not gonna try to get his hand off the pedestal after he recognizes it isn't happening in an instant. Just lies and lies. Awesome, Rod. Thank you for finding the track from last time. Yeah, that's so funny. It happened like 2 times in a row as well. But I guess it's just bound to happen if you wait there for long enough. Yeah, rest in peace, Desmond Miles. I think it really speaks for his character development though that he would actually sacrifice himself, right? After everything he's learned, you know. Like, yeah, he realizes, you know, in a way history is repeating himself also with everything he's seen in the Animus. But, you know, getting set back to 0 and starting all anew, you know, and also, of course, taking the responsibility of, you know, almost the entire human race, everyone who's alive, just dying because he wanted to save his own life, you know. It really goes against everything, or would go against everything the assassins stand for, you know, because in the end they're there to try to protect the innocents, and if it means one person dying to do so, even your own life, you know. That's the way they think, and that's also what Desmond embraces in that moment, you know. But Minerva also has something right there, because he can't really stop it entirely, right? We see it in Valhalla later. That he has only delayed the inevitable, in a way, you know. He didn't really save a word. He only saved it for a couple of years. That's what he did. But now he and Layla try to find a way. Try to find a note, something like trying to predict the future for a scenario where the world doesn't end. But it's almost impossible to find. It is done. I love, you know, how that's said multiple times in the series. Also with Brotherhood at the ending, you know, when Desmond stabs Lucy. And it's also, of course, Juno as well saying it yet again. Thanks for GG's, Lucinda. But you can't wait until you get to the game where you have that epic fight with Juno in her newly created body. Oh wait, right. Yeah, there has to be like a fan project where they just make the comic book as like an actual game. I also want to experience it as or in game form. Even if it was just like a side-scrolling action adventure, I would rather play that than having to resort to reading a comic. It's just way too big of a storyline to, you know, not having in the games. Thanks for GG's as well, Seraph. Honestly, I don't remember exactly the title of the comic book. I know there's the comics called Templars and comics called Assassins. And there's characters in either series that end up being there when Juno dies and is defeated. But I honestly don't remember the exact title of the comic book. But I'm sure if you Google Juno and Assassin's Creed fandom, you're gonna find her site and entry. And it will probably give you the reference for the comic book where it's going down. Rough calculation, every single tiny step along the path from one thing to the next would be in the trillions upon trillions. Yeah. That's the thing, right? It's like a tree with like massive evolving opportunities and paths you could take. And finding the one that is exactly the right one, you know. And the other thing is also you can't 100% predict the future either, because there is free will and the opportunity to make your own decision, right? Like Desmond just had, you know. Desmond had the choice between 2 scenarios and it was up to him. Something they couldn't really predict. They could only predict to give him the messages he needs to understand what's going down, but they couldn't really make a decision for him. As much as you want to calculate the future, it's not gonna hold water against the decision making of an individual in the end. And even the smallest and tiniest things could have like a massive influence in the long run. I think that might be the one rod. Now that you mention it. Yeah, I think it's Assassin's Creed Uprising as well. That might be worth looking up if you wanna get the entire story on Juno. But yeah, either way. The playthrough isn't yet finished actually, because there's still 3 or 2 epilogue missions, which are rather short. However, I do want to showcase the credits, so what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna go and take a break now during the credits, let it roll, and then when I come back we're gonna finish off the last 2 epilogue missions as well, which doesn't take that long. So yeah, I shall be back in a few, and then we will take care of the rest of the epilogue as well. But yeah, before I go over, let's have a quick look here at the amount of fails we had. So total we had 22 detections, both as Haven and Connor, added together, which does include the thoughts that we have done as well. So overall not too bad, but I do also have to say that AC3 doesn't actually have that many of the classic stealth infiltration missions, right? Like often it's like open conflict or trying to escape or getting thrown into a forced combat scenario. So it's not like the main story gives you like, you know, so many ways to fail stealth as well. Which is why it might be lower for being a longer game overall. But yeah, Black Flag was gonna definitely have lots more stealth focus missions overall. And then Unity, of course, pretty much everything in Unity is kind of like stealthy. Or you could potentially take it on completely stealthy, even like side missions and stuff. So yeah, I reckon Unity is probably gonna be one of our highest counters with detections. Thanks, Rod. I appreciate it. Definitely was a challenge though, considering we also did the all optional objectives in addition, you know, which can make the stealth sometimes a bit more tricky. Citizen? Yeah. Not gonna be too long until we hear that again in its OG form in Unity. But yeah, so I'm gonna go and take a break now, and then I'll be back in a bit to finish the epilogue. So catch you guys in just a few.
Give me Lee!
Alright, I'm back. It seems like the credits are still going. That's some long credits. But also a huge production, of course. One of the biggest ones that Ubisoft has ever made up until this point in 2012. Or rather up until 2012, of course. But yeah, I hope you've been enjoying this soundtrack though. Because I sure have been. And yeah, Rod, it definitely does add kind of like another challenge, right? It's like I'm doing essentially 2 challenges at the same time. But yeah, so far it's been really, really good fun doing kind of like an in-depth session, but also kind of like adding the stealth on top, I guess. Also, it's been quite a while since I've done kind of like a stealth challenge on all of the AC games. I think the last time might have actually been 2019-20 that I've done it like on all the games. And thanks again also for that shout out to Lucinda. Definitely hope you have a good start to your stream of Resident Evil 6 today. Assassin's Creed Cookbook. Yeah, that's one thing I've also spotted. Isn't there even like 2 cookbooks or something? I think one is more inspired by the areas or regions where the AC games take place, rather than recreating dishes from the game. Because AC3 could actually be a really big game to give inspiration for that, right? You could even have like a Homestead kind of like cookbook, considering you have like actual recipes in game for like different kinds of stews and stuff. You could also have the coffee from AC2, you know, that Antonio is giving to Ezio. When Ezio says, how about some latte or sugar? Welcome back, Lee. Seraph. Thanks, Rod. Welcome back as well. The credits are pretty long. Hard to believe at that point we had 5 games in the series that started in 2007. Now fast forward to now and how many more came about. Yeah, it's crazy how much has happened in the modern day in those couple of weeks. But yeah, now it's just like, you know, wherever the game is being released in which year, it's gonna be the year that the game will be portraying in the modern day. So you have like huge gaps between untold events, I guess. And that's technically where like side media comes into play, I guess, with the comics and stuff, but they should have just had their priorities different, you know, like make the Juno plotline vital to the games. And if you want to expand on certain characters, you know, you could just have the comics to kind of like accompany that. But they are way too big of a plot point to not put that into the games, I guess. And Marcus's wine. Yeah, Marcus's wine is the best. Will probably be the worst wine you could ever taste. Would be quite impressive to have a cookbook about the process of making wine, though. Would be quite a long endeavor, I guess, to go through. But yeah, talking about alcohol, they could probably also make like rum. Like pirate rum, aka Black Flag. Right, exactly, and you did a bit of read, and there's a lot of complex story happening leading up to Juno's death as well, with multiple characters and a lot of information. Yeah. I think they even go to Australia as well, right? In the quest to find Juno or something, at some point. I've only read it as well on the fandom, so my memory's a bit fuzzy on what it said exactly. But yeah, I think the Black Cross and the Assassins had kind of like an alliance happening for a short time to try to find Juno. And it took them also to Australia at some point. So that could have been also a really cool modern day setting, you know, to have. Since we didn't really have any major focus on that side, you know, of a globe. That's right, we go to Australia and it's actually someone else who killed Juno too, not Desmond's son Elijah. Or really is it? I was kinda under the impression it was Elijah for the longest time. Was it the protagonist of the Assassin's Creed Assassins comics? What was her name? Charlotte or something? I think she also died in the process of those events. I mean, I could actually pull up a fandom on my phone. Maybe we can have a look there. That's the one. Apparently she killed Juno by putting the hidden blade through her neck. I gotcha. Yeah, I definitely knew she was involved. I kind of thought she did it together with Elijah. But maybe Elijah just helped them temporarily or something. So maybe he assisted in the events leading up to it. But yeah, that would have also been a really cool ancestor to have, right? Because you could have kept the bloodline and DNA of Desmond, obviously. And you would have like a really new, interesting character potentially. Yeah. Connor's fighting is over. The conflict is resolved, but not in the way he was hoping or expecting. With so many people dead on either side of a conflict. People that have used him, people that meant a lot to him. But he also gained a lot of things, you know. Like, obviously, the Homestead would be one of the things. Oh, my controls are kind of off right now. Hold on. Okay. Let me actually go and check on the graphics here real quick. Okay. That's better. Spoilers, now you do not need to buy it. Sorry about that, Eline. Yeah, I guess I should have said that maybe earlier as well, but this playthrough and the rest of the series are kind of like spoiler playthroughs. In the way that I will be making like references to later games if there are kind of like connections in an early game, for example. So yeah, spoilers would definitely be talked about, at least concerning this series. Professor enough there that they could have made into one big game, most likely. The Koh-i-Noor was moved as well, apparently was originally Juno's artifact, and there's a lot of history behind where it went centuries past. Yeah, that's interesting, considering also that Syndicate also talks quite a bit about the Koh-i-Noor. But yeah, I just had a look as well on the fandom site, and apparently Elijah kind of like helped the assassins to kill Juno. But I guess he wasn't actually the one killing her off for. And it is interesting because he actually infiltrated the instruments of the First Woe, being a sage who are actually trying to do his bidding in a way, or at least the bidding of Aita. But I guess this is kind of like Elijah trying to go against that because they did kill her mother, apparently. The instruments of the First Woe. So Elijah tried to infiltrate the organization and take revenge upon them. Which is why he helped the assassins take down Juno, apparently. Okay, let's have a look at the epilogue. Of course, there's like 2 or 3 cutscenes you can watch to finish off Connor's storyline. Yeah, that's true. There's a whole like Henry storyline involving the Koh-i-Noor. Yeah, I don't blame you, Rod, for not doing the Maraja DLC, because it has to be one of the absolute worst DLCs in the entire series. Alongside Tyranny of King Washington and the Benedict Arnold DLC.
America has no need for your services, back to Britain gentlemen. In a box!
Where is Charles Lee?
Death to the oppressor! Cut them down!
Yeah, so much to liberty for all. Over while in the background we have slave trading happening. Where some people who are privileged enough celebrate their liberty, another one of the others. I really like how this game kind of portrays that side, you know, of the hypocrisy of the American Revolution. Because the propaganda and the public image was, of course, you know, liberty for all. But it only reached so far, you know. It was still influenced by the English society and their way of thinking. And slave trade was very big still in this day and age. I mean, Washington had like a plantation with 200 slaves on there. And he went on to become the first president of the United States, so... Yeah, that's fair, Rod. I definitely have those years here as well, you know, where I just have to take a long break in between. Also, hey there, Goody. Welcome in. Like eating a banquet in front of starving people. Yeah. It's quite like that, you know. Happening side by side. Evacuation Day was a day where the British troops sailed out of New York City at the end of the American Revolution. Not to be confused with Evacuation Day in Massachusetts, where the British sailed out of Boston Harbor nearer to the beginning of the Revolution. While the Treaty of Paris formally ended the war in early September, the British took some time to pack up their belongings and leave their strongholds at New York, mainly because many loyalists found a sudden need to leave the country, and so there were more people to carry than they originally anticipated. Plus, they probably wanted some time in duty-free. Of course, the British are known for being practical jokers, and so they couldn't resist getting in a few friendly parting shots. Before they left, troops nailed the Union Jack to flagpole on the Bowling Green and then greased the pole. Undaunted, the Americans nailed up spikes to help him climb, managing to raise stars and stripes before the British fleet had sailed out of sight. After that, climbing a greased flagpole to tear down a Union Jack would be part of New York's Evacuation Day festivities, proving that the Americans need better hobbies. The other British parting shot was a literal one. A British ship fired a cannonball at the crowds on Staten Island, who were cheering at the departing flotilla. Nobody was hurt, the ball fell short of the land, but it's sometimes called the last shot of the American Revolution. Evacuation Day isn't much celebrated anymore. It fell out of favor when Thanksgiving was moved to the end of November in 1863. The Treaty of Paris. This is the treaty that ended the war between Britain and the United States, not to be confused with the Treaty of Paris of 1763, which ended the French and Indian War, or the Treaty of Paris of 1810, which ended the French war with Sweden. Paris loves a treaty, apparently. The fighting between American and British forces had mostly ended by 1781, with Cornwallis' surrender at Yorktown. This agreement formalized the end of the war and declared the United States as a new nation with the 13 colonies as 13 new states. The treaty also provided for the release of prisoners of war on both sides, a return of seized property to loyalists and patriots alike, and an expansion of the boundaries of the United States. Of course, the reality was a bit more complicated. Both sides refused to return property that theoretically belonged to the other, like a messy divorce and some easy listening cities. And as to the offer of expanded territory, well, Spain had other ideas about whose land it was, as did the indigenous people living there. Yeah. Charles Lee. Got an update for him? When Lee was finally released from New York, he was convinced that the Continental Army couldn't hold its own against the British, and told Congress so. However, when Washington decided to go ahead with plans to attack the British column at Monmouth, Lee insisted on being in charge. Once the battle began, Lee ordered his soldiers to retreat. Modern historians are still debating the reason why. Maybe he had forgotten his doggy's treats in the tent and needed to go and get them. Washington was swept in and took command, turning a complete rout of his army into a draw, and Lee received a very thorough and public dressing down. Afterward, Lee demanded an apology for court-martial to clear his name. Washington chose the court-martial, which didn't go as Lee had hoped. He was found guilty of misbehavior before the enemy, making a shameful and disorderly retreat, and disrespect to the commander-in-chief. He was only given a year's suspension for the crimes, but by the time the year was over, he had been so vocal in his criticism of Washington that Congress removed him from the army permanently. Lee retired to his estate in Virginia, passing his time breeding more dogs. After his death, he was given a full military funeral, getting all the respect he craved, too late to do anything with it. That is until Connor killed him. Harbinger, you launch the game and the Windows sound dies, but if you remove the headphones it comes back. Oh. That's odd, I guess. Seems like it's kind of like changing sources unsuccessfully. You might want to have a look at PC Gaming Wiki if you look for Resident Evil 0. Because known bugs and stuff can be resolved in a list that they list of known problems. And I would assume that's probably one of them.
If you're hungry, I've extra.
No, thank you. Where is everyone?
Gone west. Been a while since they left. Seems some fella from New York was granted the land by Congress.
What?
Seeing it happen more and more. Government says they don't take land that's already owned, but
How could this have happened?
we're on our own now. No more merry English parks and labour, which means we gotta go at it ourselves. Gotta pay for it too. Selling land is quick and easy, not quite so nasty as taxes. And since some say they're what started the old war, ain't no rush to bring 'em back. Clever men, these new leaders of ours. They know not to push it just yet. Too soon for taxes. Too British.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Yeah, basically, everyone is gone. You know, his whole plan was to kind of like leave the village so he could try to protect them from, you know, having to leave, or worst case scenario, having the village being burned down again and all of them dying. He did succeed in keeping them alive to a certain degree, I guess, but he didn't succeed in securing, you know, this land for his people. And yeah, things like the Treaty of Paris, you know, definitely added to that decision being made. And that's of course on the side that Connor was assisting to, you know, to a certain degree. I gotcha, Harbinger. That's fair. So remaster then. Brother's music hits harder with what's happened in the village. You can hear the wounded element in the music. Yeah, really gotta give it to Monmouth, you know, he did such a good job kind of like creating especially emotional music, I think. It really speaks volumes for what, you know, Connor is going through. Yeah, that's true, Harbinger. Almost like the order should be like reversed, you know. Because he's definitely noticing that they left, you know, the orb behind that Connor uses to talk to Juno. But if these people have already been here, then they probably would have received it before Connor did, so... yeah, I guess it's a bit of an inconsistency between him asking where everyone is and him already having found out about that. But yeah, that finishes the epilogue. And now there's nothing left to do but having a look at the DNA tracker here to see our total sync. So we're at 82% total synchronization here. We finished all of the main sequences with 100% completion in all of the objectives. While of course trying to do stealth as much as was possible. We finished all of the major society quests like the Hunting Society, the Frontiersman membership, and the Brawler missions. We did do all of the liberation missions in terms of like getting all of the assassins unlocked to the Brotherhood. However, we didn't actually get all of the assassins to Master Assassin rank. Deborah and Jamie and Jakob still haven't been. But that's alright because it wasn't part of our requirement to finish in the game. We didn't do any collectibles forcefully except for the Epilogue trinkets, which we all collected. Done all of the kids letter mission. We've done most of the forts. Haven't done the underground. Didn't force ourselves to do any of these kind of like optional contracts either. We've done all of the major naval missions, of course, including the optional objectives. Including the Epilogue and privateer missions. And yeah, the Homestead is also done completely, except for the inventions, which are just kind of like extra things you can display in the Homestead, but don't really add anything story-wise. So didn't include that either. But yeah, that's officially everything done we set out for ourselves to do for this playthrough. Which means now we're officially finished. And that means the next AC game that we will be playing as part of the Ubisoft Montreal run will be Assassin's Creed Black Flag, with again stealth and all mission objectives challenge. And yeah, I gotta say I'm definitely really excited to get to play that game again, because it's been almost exactly a year, I think, since I last played it. And just putting it up the other day, you know, I was already getting into the mood to explore this beautiful open world yet again. Yeah, imagine if it does Harbinger. I mean, they do want to make it like feel like more of a classic AC game, so I reckon we will have like tons of collectibles and flying papers if it's like a focus on parkour. That wouldn't be out of the question, I guess. Thank you, Aura. I appreciate it. Yeah, we just got finished with everything here. Thank you as well, Seraph and Rod, for the GGs. If Ubisoft Quebec were doing Mirage, they would have flying carpets. They probably would have, you know. And it's of course like a first Civ technology-based thing as well. It somehow makes sense. Not really. As long as the parkour is better than Valhalla, you would chase all the papers. Yeah, in Valhalla it can be a bit infuriating sometimes, you know, with how the movement works. There's just too much automation happening sometimes. Ease of flying carpets, yeah. That's $1 million idea right there. Ubisoft Quebec and Sense don't really go together well. Yeah, they don't have to, right? As long as it's fun and entertaining. That's all that matters in a series like this. Where fun is like at the forefront of everything, you know? Connor's story is also like super fun. And the things that are happening to the people. Very fun. But yeah, then again, the Peloponnesian War was also one of the funniest times. According to Quebec, at least. But yeah, I think that's it. So we still have a bit of time actually, like another hour and a half of potential streaming time today. So I would actually like to switch over to some GTA, the Ballad of Gay Tony DLC. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take a quick break to set everything up for that. And yeah, then we're going to jump into some of that. So we can potentially finish it off tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be back in just a few.